Hi, beautiful people. Oh shoot, my computer's gonna die. I hope that you guys are doing okay. Hang on a second. I gotta plug up here. Give me a second. I missed you guys. Okay. Alright, so I missed you guys. What's good, Chakra Team Black? How are you? I missed you guys yesterday, but I'm under the weather. If you don't know, check my community post for an update on stuff like that. But I'm gonna watch these videos with you guys because I'm gonna watch them anyway. Yeah. What's good, American Patriot for Life? Listen, I'm gonna try my best to get through these videos because there's a lot that is going on. I'm sorry I missed you guys yesterday, but I caught the C virus. Okay. So I'm a little out of it. So I missed it yesterday. So we're going to catch some news today. And I'm going to watch it with you guys. 901, how are you? You guys, we're going to watch these videos. I'm going to get through as much as I can. You guys put your comments for me in the chat. I'll communicate with you guys that way. So that way I don't interrupt the commentary. I'm not here to persuade you guys. I'm just here to share some news with you and let you decide for yourself what's going on in America. Okay. You guys are with me? All right. Everything I share is for educational purposes. I will leave now. But you guys, you can communicate with me. Just put your messages in the comment section. Okay. Let's start with Donald Trump. And he speaks on this shutdown. Let's go. Hey, Uncle Claude. All right, let me get to this video. What's that?
Job of it. She's respected, and her movie got really incredible reviews. She's done it. We're all proud of her. Actually, it's amazing. Not easy to do that. Not easy to do it. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. If you would have some questions, I might just ask before you do that. These are all outstanding politicians, the top. In my opinion, the top in the whole world, but that's, one of those things I like to build it up a little bit, but they're the top politicians and the top political minds. And if you have any statement, does anybody have a statement that you'd like to make? We'll start on the left side. Anybody? How about Mr. Speaker?
Well, this is a big thing, Mr. President. Thank you for your leadership and helping us steward this through. For a long time, we wanted to get back to regular order in the appropriations process. You're standing up here with the best appropriators in the business and have served in many years. And we forced the muscle memory back. We're getting back to that regular order process. 12 separate appropriations bills. We've gotten them to your desk, and this is a big thing. It seems like a small thing, but it's a big thing. And we're spending less money year over year with all the innovations and things that you said there. This is good for the country. And America is back. The hat is appropriate. It's the right slogan.
There's a new hat. We just came out. America is back. Look, CNN's thrilled. Look at her. She's never smiles. I never see her smile. Someday I'll see her smile.
Mr. President,
Yes.
did I mention that there's significant healthcare reform in this bill, PBM reform, something that you have been working on, and we appreciate and applaud your efforts, bringing drug prices down for citizens here in America. Not only that, but we extended telehealth, and also we are addressing maternal mortality in this bill. Rural healthcare has been a big part of your focus, and we appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, buddy. A very big thing, I think, for all of us is most favored nations on drug pricing. So for 30 years, I've been talking about it, more than that. And it's basically we now will take prescription drugs will come down to the lowest price anywhere in the world. So if a country is selling a pill for $10 and we're selling it for $130, which is not much of an exaggeration at all. We were paying the highest drug prices anywhere in the world. Now we'll be paying tied with the lowest price. It's most favored nations. We will have the lowest price anywhere in the world. So a pill that was for $130 will be down to $20. So you can make a case that that's 800, 900%, or like the press likes to hear, it's about 80%. But we're going to get reductions like nobody's ever seen. And frankly, the Republican Party should be able to win the midterms on that alone. That's the biggest thing there is. Most favored nations, we're going to be bringing the price of drugs down. In my first term, I got it down 1/8 of 1%. And I was so proud because it's the first time in 28 years that drug prices came down. And now we're talking about bringing it down by 80, 90, 75, 68. I mean, I have numbers in the back that nobody can believe. Most favored nations. And remember, the Republicans did that. The Democrats did not do that. Republicans did it. And that's going to have a huge impact also on healthcare because medicine, I mean, it's a big chunk of healthcare. And if you're bringing something down from $100 down to $20, $18, because we were subsidizing the entire world. And frankly, I had to get the countries to go along with it, and I had to threaten tariffs against them if they didn't approve. And the healthcare companies, who weren't easy either, but they said it doesn't matter because they'll never get the countries because they didn't really want to do it. And I got the countries. I got every one of them. And really, people can't even believe it. But for the people standing behind me, if you use that alone, you should win. We should win the elections coming up. Anybody else? How about on this side?
Well, you mentioned the IRS, Mr. President. Their behavior has been atrocious. If you think about leaking your tax returns, the tax returns of others, and never any accountability. I must have questioned Janet Yellen 4 times, 5 times under oath about this and never an answer. We stripped $10 billion from the IRS in this bill that you just signed. And today I launched an investigation with my staff on all of these contractors that are associated with the ones that allowed your information to be put out. These contractors that hire activists to come in and do their work. These corporations here in America that bring activists in to do their work. That's going to come to an end.
They did leak my tax returns. It was terrible. The good news is I paid a hell of a lot of tax. I paid tens of millions of dollars. I said, where are my accountants? I want to talk to my accountant. But they did. They leaked my tax returns. They didn't do it in a nice way. They tried to get something out of it. No, they're bad people.
Accountability is coming, though. You think about the phone companies that leaked our telephone records, several of us here.
Right.
Verizon leaked my telephone records. You think about what's happened across the country. This is going to come to an end.
And we should have voter ID, by the way. We should have a lot of the things that I think everybody wants to see. Who would not want voter ID? Only somebody that wants to cheat. Think of it. We don't have voter ID. And the Democrats don't want it. And the reason they don't want it because they want to cheat. Because there's no reason in the world. And I love that debate, Lindsay. I love saying, well, why don't you want voter ID? And you watch them say, I don't know. I just
Make them vote.
No, it's a terrible thing. So anyway, anybody else?
Well, Mr. President, you said you wanted to make America safer and more prosperous,
Right.
and we have done it. More prosperity means more money in people's pockets, and they notice that every time they go to fill up with gas, and they're going to know it when they get their tax returns that this year are going to be at least $1,000, if not more, greater than it's been in the past, and that's a result of the work that you've done with this whole group. And in terms of America being safer, a number of us were at the border 2 weeks ago. The border is secure. No one is coming across, not the 10,000 we saw every day with Joe Biden. And the American people still in overwhelming numbers, Republicans, Democrats, and independents all say illegal immigrant criminals need to be deported. And Mr. President, you're doing that.
And no tax on tips.
No tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security,
No tax on
more money
Think of
in
it.
people's pockets.
Think of it. And that was all the great big beautiful bill, as I call it, the great big beautiful bill. To me, that's what it is. And people are starting to realize it now. They're starting to see it.
They're gonna
And
see it in their
a
pockets.
tax deduction on if you buy a car, if it's made in America, only if it's made in America. The rest we don't care about so much. But you buy a car, you get an interest deduction. You borrow money, you get an interest tax deduction. And that is, you take interest, you deduct it against your tax. So to me, that's unbelievable for the people, unbelievable for our car companies, which is jobs. Anybody else have anything? Yeah,
Mr.
please.
President, the biggest part of this bill is our national security.
Right.
And thank you. The men and women who serve this country are grateful to you.
Absolutely.
We give them a pay raise. We're building more ships, as you said, planes, missiles. We need to defend this country, and you're doing a great job in leading us in the right direction.
Thank you very much. Katie, go ahead. You were going to say something?
Yeah, no, Mr. President, this is just unprecedented leadership. The fact that you got everyone to come together and actually get these bills across the finish line, you heard it from the speaker that hasn't happened in a long time. So 96% of the government being funded, your priorities put in place, Mr. President, so that we can make the country safer, we can make it more prosperous. And not only can we make America great again, but we can tell people now America is back.
Yeah, it's a great, we'll never forget MAGA, and we're all with MAGA, but I thought this was very appropriate, right?
Love it.
Right?
Love it. Says everything.
Cindy Hyde, come on, say something,
Well, there's a little hospital in here, a rural hospital in Maple, Mississippi,
right?
called Franklin County Hospital. It would have closed the end of this month without this bill. Thank you from everybody in Mississippi, especially Franklin County.
And we've covered the rural very well. Nobody ever thought it was possible because we had a lot of opposition from the Democrats, as you know, but nobody thought it was possible. That's great. How about it? Anybody back there? Tom?
Best budget for Native Americans ever, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Appreciate that help.
So we'll sign it, then if you would have some questions of anybody up here.
Let me just piggyback, this rural America is taken care of in this bill. And let me, as Cindy says, so thank you for all America, but especially rural America.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So I probably won't hold this up. And I think holding up one little page doesn't do it justice. In there, it's a lot of stuff, but it's signed. Thank you.
Thank you. On Iran, are the negotiations still happening this week?
Yeah.
Where will they be? And what do you need to hear from
They're
Iran?
all over, but they are negotiating. They'd like to do something, and we'll see if something is going to be done. They had a chance to do something a while ago, and it didn't work out, and we did Midnight Hammer. I don't think they want that happening again, but they would like to negotiate. We are negotiating with them right now, yes.
Where will the meeting be? It seems like
I
it's
can't tell
changing.
you that.
Mr. President, what
There
exactly-
really is more than one meeting. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, how was your meeting with Gustavo Petro earlier today? And did you come to any agreement on counter-narcotic efforts?
Yeah, we did. We worked on it, and we got along very well. He and I weren't exactly the best of friends, but I wasn't insulted because I never met him. I didn't know him at all. And we got along very well, and we're working on that. We're working on some other things too, including sanctions. And we had a very good meeting.
So you did an agreement?
I thought it was terrific. You know, it was very good. We got along great.
Mr. President,
Can you give us any update on how the talks are going for potential changes to the Department of Homeland Security? Have you agreed to any specifics?
Well, we have a secure border. In fact, we have 9 months now where nobody has come into our country illegally. Now, I don't know if I can believe that because, you go from 25 million people to nobody, but the Democrats do that. They're leaning left, the people that do that report. And for 9 months, they have said nobody has come into it. It is a strong, great border. We do have people coming into our country, but they're all coming in legally. You take a look at that and look at what was going on a year and a half ago on our border, where criminals were coming in, drug dealers were coming in, people from mental institutions were coming in. The worst, they say the worst, I don't even know if I like the term, but the worst of the worst was coming into our country. And now we have virtually our country it's beautiful to see. Even if you go down, some of you, I think, were down there a couple of weeks ago, and you couldn't believe it, right? Because you were there 2 years ago.
10,000 a day.
And 10,000 a day. And now you didn't even see anybody. Nobody comes up with saving lives because nobody comes up. They have to come through the jungles and they're dying of all sorts of problems, including murder. And we have nobody coming in, and we're getting people out that we have 11,888 murderers who came into our country. We're getting them out fast. And the only place where there's a little bit of a problem, and I will tell you this, Minnesota, their crime because of us, because we've taken out thousands of criminals, their crime is down, not because of anybody else, it's because of us. Their crime is down. But all over the country, wherever we're involved, we're getting criminals out of our country, and the crime rate now is the lowest it's been since 1900. That's 125 years. And that's despite the fact with an open border stupid policy, 25 million people, in my opinion, came into our country. And many of those people should not have been allowed to come into our country.
Mr.
On
President.
Ukraine, Mr. President, yesterday you were talking about how Vladimir Putin had agreed to a pause during the cold weather. Overnight, those attacks have started up again. Apparently the worst.
It was Sunday to Sunday, and it opened up, and he hit him hard last night. No, he agreed. He kept his word on that. It's a lot. 1 week is, we'll take anything because it's really, really cold over there. But it was on Sunday, and he went from Sunday to Sunday.
Are you disappointed he didn't go further or go
Yeah, I would
longer?
like him to. I want him to end the war. I spoke to him. I want him to end the war.
Mr. President, as you're taking our questions, what exactly did you mean when you said that you should nationalize elections? And which 15 states are you
I
talking
want to
about?
see elections be honest. And if a state can't run an election, I think the people behind me should do something about it. Because, if you think about it, a state is an agent for the federal government in elections. I don't know why the federal government doesn't do them anyway. But when you see some of these states about how horribly they run their elections, what a disgrace it is, I think the federal government, when you see crooked elections, and we had plenty of them, and by the way, we had them last time, but go to 2020 and look at the facts that are coming out. Rigged, crooked elections. If we have areas, take a look at Detroit, take a look at Pennsylvania, take a look at Philadelphia. You go take a look at Atlanta, look at some of the places that horrible corruption on elections. And the federal government should not allow that. The federal government should get involved. These are agents of the federal government to count the votes. If they can't count the votes legally and honestly, then somebody else should take
But the
over.
Constitution says it should be states that
Go
administer
ahead.
elections, Mr.
Yeah,
President. That's what the
you know what?
Constitution says.
They can administer the election, but they have to do it honestly.
Are you open to negotiating on warrants when it comes to ICE? This is an ask from Senator Schumer.
I mean,
Requiring search warrants for ICE and immigration officials.
I haven't even done it. I'm not thinking about search warrants. Yeah, Lindsey Graham is going to answer.
No, it makes no sense. If we have to get a search warrant to get 15 million people out, Schumer's telling me he doesn't want them out. It's the most ridiculous idea. They do have some good ideas, I think. But I've got a better idea. It's your idea. In sanctuary cities. On immigration, I know what I'm talking about. I've got the scars to prove it. Y'all are playing like Biden didn't exist. Y'all won't tell the American people about Lake and Riley. It's a one-sided debate. For 4 years, our border was obliterated. They let them come in by the tens of millions, and they want to go back that way. We're not going. So, Mr. President, stick to your guns. If you got reforms that make ICE better, more professional, talk to me. But you should embrace what I'm suggesting. As long as 12 states have sanctuary policy, they'll keep coming. Unfortunately, you won't be president forever. These magnets of illegal immigration have to go. There is no upside to sanctuary city unless you're a complete radical nut job. The cops hate it, fraud around sanctuary cities, and you're going to get more illegal immigration. We're going to have a debate. I've been trying to solve this problem, but what the Democrats are doing is they're not getting to the underlying problem. It's not Stephen Miller. It's not Chrissy Nome. It's not me. It's not you. It's policies that have been on the books that don't work. So if you want to debate on how to solve this problem, show up next week. I'm going to take President Trump's idea that it's time to end the insane policy of sanctuary cities. We're going to take it to the floor and we're going to vote. And people in November are going to get to see who they trust to keep the border secure. Schumer or Trump? I'm with Trump.
Mr. President.
And by the way, I hope you're going to press that very hard. And the other thing, we are with you. I think everybody's with you. It's a sanctuary for criminals. That's who it is. They could make our lives so much easier. All they have to do is hand over their criminals, hand over people that came into our country illegally that are murderers, that came out of jails, that came out of mental institutions, that are drug dealers. I can't believe in Minnesota that they want to have murderers walking all over the streets. I just don't believe it. Maybe somebody says it's good politics. I don't think it's good politics. I think it's really bad. The other thing we can't lose sight of is you probably have in Minnesota, and it's worse in some places like California, $19 billion in fraud. And we're going to find out, we're very deep into that investigation, but we're not going to forget that. A lot of people think that a lot of this nonsense that's going on is to try and, hide what's going on with respect to the fraud. They have at least $19 billion. You're hearing 9. Now I'm hearing it's 19 and it's probably much more. So it's they talk about incompetence. I think it's not incompetence. I think it's just pure fraud. These are dishonest people. They're bad people. I think they hate our country, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. But don't let this hide the fact that you have tremendous fraud. And, if we find the fraud in this country, you'll have a balanced budget without even cutting anything. You'll literally have a balanced budget. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in Colombia, are you planning to work with President Petro to fight guerrilla groups and terrorist organizations in Venezuela?
Well, they want me to do that, and we will. We're getting along very well in Venezuela with the leadership. Very, very well. We took in 50 million barrels of oil. It's right now heading to Houston. And we're getting along very well with them, but we're going to work with them, yes.
Mr. President, a few months ago, you had in your office here Peter Mandelson, the British ambassador. You were shaking hands with him over a trade deal. He's today been forced to resign from the House of Lords, the upper house of the British Parliament, over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. Just wondered if you had any reaction to that, since obviously he was...
I didn't know about it, but I really don't know too much about it. I know who he is. It's too bad. Speaking of Epstein, I will say this, a reporter named Wolf and Epstein conspired. This just came out yesterday in the millions of pages of documents, how crazy this is, conspired against me in order to fight like hell to make sure I lose the election. That's the only thing that was mentioned about me. Now, about Democrats, some really bad stuff, but about me, that Wolf, whoever Wolf is, he wrote a couple of books, and Epstein conspired against me. Did you know that, Mr. Senator?
I did know that.
They conspired against me, so I lose the election, or worse. So that takes care of Epstein as far as Trump is concerned, but you got a lot of Democrats out there that are very much involved with Epstein. But I'll be honest with you, you got to get back to running the country too.
Did you
millions and millions every week? When Epstein was alive, nobody cared about him. When he's dead, they care about him. But it's really a Democrat problem. It's not a Republican, it's a Democrat problem. The only problem Republicans have is that we have to get back to number one, running our country, and then number two, very importantly, letting the public know what a great job we're doing. We have the greatest economy in the history of the world. We have $18 trillion being spent. The record was $3 trillion many years ago, not by us, by another country. I won't say the country. Yeah, please.
Did you read those new files, Mr. President, that came out?
Have you been briefed on Savannah Guthrie's mom missing in Arizona?
I think it's terrible.
Would you commit to more federal agents like helping out on the?
Sure, I would. I'm going to call her later on. I think it's a terrible thing. I always got along very good with Savannah. Very unusual situation, but we're going to find out. Yeah, what do you want?
On the Epstein files, you talked about Democrats who were in there. Elon Musk was also in there, and so was your Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and correspondence that he had with him. Did you read those new files that were published by the Department of Justice?
I have a lot of things I'm doing, a lot of things I'm doing. I don't know. You mentioned 2 names. I'm sure they're fine. Otherwise, it would have been major headlines.
A lot of women who are survivors of Epstein's are unhappy with those redactions that came out. Some of them, entire witness interviews are totally blacked out. Do you think that they should be more transparent?
They thought they released too much. I heard that, and you tell me something else. I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Really. Now that nothing came out about me, other than it was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
But what would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say?
What would you say to the survivors who feel like they haven't gotten justice?
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. She's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile
Well,
on
I'm
your
asking you
face.
about survivors.
You know
of
why?
Jeffrey
You know why
Epstein,
you're not
Mr. President.
smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth. And you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you.
These are
Because-
survivors of a sexual abuse.
Healthcare. And the bill that was just passed does not include your healthcare savings account. So this is a question for you and maybe for Mr. Speaker
I'm
as
so
well.
proud of the healthcare savings accounts because it's going to happen. And hopefully, instead of insurance, and I hope this happens, and I hope you guys can do it, let the insurance companies not do quite as well. You know, they're going up 15, 16, 17, 100%. Think of it. The money should be paid directly to the people. You know, trillions of dollars goes out. The money should go to the people. They should buy their own healthcare. It can be in a healthcare, account, savings account, any account you want to make. The money should go to the people. The people should buy their own healthcare, and they're going to save a lot of money, and they're going to have much better healthcare. And it's very simple. The problem is the Democrats are owned by those insurance companies. They're owned lock, stock, and barrel. And the Democrats will never vote on it because the Republicans should get that through. And you know how you get it through? The filibuster. Get rid of the filibuster and start voting. Yes.
Mr. President, today we heard that the Clintons set deposition dates to testify before the House Oversight Committee. Any reaction to that related to
Nah,
this?
I think it's a shame, to be honest. I always liked him. Her, yeah. She's a very capable woman. She was better in debating than some of the other people. I will tell you that. She was smart woman. I hate to see it in many ways. I hate to see it. But, then I look at me. They went after me like, they wanted me to go to jail for the rest of my life. Then it turned out I was innocent, very innocent. I had a friend that said, a very smart friend, he's a very wealthy man, knows life, streetwise guy. He said, you have to be the most honest person anywhere in the world because there's never been anybody who's been examined up and down. I have hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, millions of pages. With all of that, they found absolutely nothing wrong. Remember, his tax returns, they fought for years and years. And then the Supreme Court, I was surprised, they ruled I had to give my tax returns. I'm the only one that had to ever do that. But I had to give my tax returns. I gave my tax returns. They hired the best accounting firms in the world. They found nothing. And this friend of mine said, you have to be the most honest person in the world. He actually said, referring to him, I'm a pretty honest guy, but I could have never withstood that. They've gone through millions and millions of pages, and here I sit winning an election in a landslide, winning the popular vote, winning all 7 swing states, winning 86% of the counties in the United States. That's why those maps that you see are all red. And so they tried to put me in jail. And I shouldn't feel this way, but I feel badly that they have to go through that. But then I say, but they did far worse than me. They wanted to put me in jail. Think of it. I was a very good president. We had a great first term. Rebuilt the military, biggest tax cuts ever, biggest regulation cuts ever. But, I will say this. I think I can say, what do you think, Lindsay? My second term is blowing my first term away. And my first term was really good.
Reagan plus.
Reagan plus, yeah. Well, whatever. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, President.
St. Paul office, and Ron Patello, Senior Advisor to the Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, Border Patrol. Us 3 guys got just shy of 100 years in law enforcement, immigration enforcement. I've worked with Ron 30 years ago in Dallas, Texas. He's been with the Border Patrol's entire career. During my press conference last week, I reported I had productive discussions with various state and local officials, including Governor, Attorney General Mayor Fry, and law enforcement officials about increasing coordination in a lawful way between the county jails and ICE to avoid public safety threats being released back in the community. While we had our differences, one thing was clear: we all committed to public safety for all who live in the Twin Cities. We have made significant progress under the direction of President Trump, working with state and local officials here in Minnesota, and I expect that to increase in the coming weeks. We continue to have discussions. I'll have discussions this afternoon. We currently have an unprecedented number of counties communicating with us now and allowing ICE to take custody of illegal aliens before they hit the streets. Unprecedented cooperation. And I'll say it again. This is efficient, requires only 1 or 2 officers to assume custody of a criminal alien target rather than 8 or 10 officers going into the community and arresting that public safety threat. This frees up more officers to arrest or remove criminal aliens. More officers taking custody of criminal aliens directly from the jails means less officers on the street doing criminal operations. This is smart law enforcement, not less law enforcement. It's safer for the community, safer for the officers, and safer for the alien. This coordination also makes it far more safe for the Twin Cities. Arresting a public safety threat in the safety and security of a jail is the safest thing we could do. Further, less public safety risks are being released back into the communities, reduces recidivism. So local law enforcement can direct their limited resources to other public safety matters in their community. This is another priority of President Trump. The state prisons already cooperate with ICE on this coordinated transfer of custody, and we thank them for that partnership, and we plan to do more with them. I also want to reiterate and emphasize, we are not requiring jails to hold people past their normal release time for immigration purposes. We're not asking anyone to be an immigration officer. We are not asking any state or local official to do immigration enforcement activity. They are not. By merely notifying us before they release them, they don't hold them 1 minute past they normally would. Given this increase in unprecedented collaboration, and as a result of the need for less law enforcement officers to do this work in a safer environment, I have announced effective immediately, we will draw down 700 people effective today. 700 law enforcement personnel. We have also fully integrated CBP personnel into the ICRO team structure under one unified chain of command. Not 2 chains of command, there'd be 1 chain of command here. Any large enforcement operation I've ever been involved with, there's 1 chain of command, and that's where we're moving forward. During my press conference last week, I announced that moving forward, ICE will be conducting targeted immigration enforcement operations, like ICE has traditionally done for decades, based on reasonable suspicion to question and detain. ICE will conduct these operations and transnational criminal organization investigations with a focus on national security and public safety. I want to be clear. Just because you prioritize public safety threats don't mean we forget about everybody else. We will continue to enforce the immigration laws in this country. To help execute this, we have developed and implemented a multi-agency surge task force with an operational framework that clarifies lines of effort, integrated enforcement, investigative and special response efforts. A unified joint operations center has been established to manage all operations and ensure efforts align with priorities of the mission. This reorganization also enables ICE to leverage joint intelligence capabilities to effectively target threats, as well as to reduce the overall personnel footprint and enhance public safety and confidence in the agency's capabilities and presence here. I've also ensured that officials from legal internal affairs offices remain on the ground as long as this operation continues. During our efforts to identify and implement improvements of how operations are planned, conducted, and managed, we identified a gap in regard to the use of body-worn cameras. This was actually raised by the workforce when I started walking around talking to people here. Some officers and agents had them, some didn't. That inconsistency was unacceptable, so we moved immediately to prioritize full body cam deployment in the city. I discussed this with Secretary Noem a couple of days ago, and she made the decision to deploy them. The plan is to deploy them nationwide, but it's a priority for the city right now. There's actually $20 million in the spending bill to further fund the deployment of body cameras. The president is supportive of this decision because we have nothing to hide. We want to be fully transparent in what we do. The American people seek and deserve professional and trustworthy law enforcement, and I and the president expect that any misconduct will not be tolerated and will be swiftly addressed. The integration, structuring, and resources we have implemented would help ensure accountability and that targeted enforcement operations have a focus on national security threats and public safety threats. And they are conducted effectively, safely, and appropriately. Again, this is smarter enforcement, not less enforcement. For those who are not a national security threat or public safety risk, you are not exempt from immigration enforcement actions. If you're in the country legally, you are not off the table. And let me be clear, President Trump fully intends to achieve mass deportations during this administration, and immigration enforcement actions will continue every day throughout this country. President Trump made a promise, and we have not directed otherwise. I heard rumors we have, untrue. Given that many public safety threats on our communities, many of which poured across the border during the Biden administration, it makes sense to prioritize public safety risks right now. Again, prioritization doesn't mean you forget about everybody else, but we have a criminal here, a non-criminal here. The criminal has to be arrested first because they're the biggest threat to the community. My goal with the support of President Trump is to achieve a complete drawdown and end this surge as soon as we can. But that is largely contingent upon the end of the illegal and threatening activities against ICE and its federal partners that we're seeing in the community. We will not draw down on personnel providing security for our officers. I will not let our officers be put at risk. So we will not draw down on personnel providing security and responding to hostile incidents until we see a change in what's happening with the lawlessness of the impeding and interfering and assaulting of ICE and Border Patrol officers. It is against the law to forcibly assault, resist, oppose, impede, intimidate, and interfere with federal law enforcement, including ICE officers and Border Patrol agents. Doxing law enforcement to threaten them and their families because they're executing their sworn duties to enforce immigration law that Congress passed is unacceptable. And it's shameful and incomprehensible to me that this unlawful and threatening behavior is being tolerated by anyone. As far as what I saw yesterday, the roadblocks being set up, you're not going to stop ICE. You're not going to stop Border Patrol. The only thing you're doing is irritating your community and want to go get groceries or pick their children up or whatever. I talked to the chief of police, and he committed to taking swift action on those illegal roadblocks. They're illegal. We shouldn't tolerate them. Again, a complete drawdown is going to depend on the cooperation, continued cooperation of local and state law enforcement and the decrease of the violence, the rhetoric, and the attacks against ICE and Border Patrol. The federal law enforcement personnel, ICE and CBP and other partner agencies are patriots. and by, and they've carried out their duties patriotically, with integrity, with professionalism and compassion. I've said this many times, these men and women don't hang their heart on the hook when they come to work. President Trump and I strongly stand with them in the critical work they do to prevent harmful or otherwise dangerous people from entering or remaining in this country. As part of the surge operation here, numerous criminal aliens have already been arrested. We've arrested 14 people who had homicide convictions, 139 people with sex-related offenses, 28 gang members. Correct me, 139 assault convictions, 87 sex offenses, 28 gang members have been arrested, just to name a few. We're taking a lot of bad people off the street. Everybody should be grateful to that. Who in their right mind would want these dangerous criminals walking around their communities? Everyone has a constitutional right to peacefully protest. President Trump and I, we completely support that. At the same time, professional law enforcement officers should and need to be able to perform their sworn duties without being harassed, impeded, or assaulted. I want anyone to report instances of alleged misconduct or wrongdoing. There's a way to report that. The Trump administration is taking violations of 18 U.S.C. 111, which is assaulting, impeding, interfering. We're taking that seriously. If you violate the law, you will be federally prosecuted. In the past month, 158 people have been arrested for violation of 111. 85 cases have been already accepted for prosecutions. The rest remain pending. We've had 9 indictments of those who raided the church, and additional cases are being worked. Additionally, I've been saying this for almost a year now. Hateful, extreme rhetoric against ICE personnel is completely unacceptable. Please stop. I said back in March of this year, if the hateful rhetoric didn't stop, I was afraid there would be bloodshed, and there has been. President Trump and I, Secretary Noem, none of us want to see any bloodshed. It is no doubt encouraging and inciting certain people to violate the law, wanting to harm and actually harm law enforcement, their families, is unacceptable. I want to say I appreciate the discussions had with the governor, Mayor Fry, and the Attorney General. We've had frank, honest discussions. We don't agree on everything, but we do agree on the need for public safety. And we do agree that ICE has a role to enforce the immigration laws of this country. I would implore the governor and the AG and the mayor and other political officials to urge in the most strong and urgent way to ask for calm in the community and to end the resistance, the impediment, the interference, again, protest. But stop impeding, stop interfering, stop violating the law, because we will arrest you. In closing, President Trump and I would like to thank the men and women of ICE, Border Patrol, and other federal agencies on the ground here for your dedication to the oath you swore to enforce the federal laws and promote public safety through the work you do. That hasn't been easy. I know the sacrifices you made. I know the sacrifices your families make. I know your families worry about you every day. I know you've been away from birthdays and anniversaries and holidays. I appreciate every one of you. I wore that green uniform. I love the United States Border Patrol. I was an ICE agent. I know the job you have. I know the tragedies you've seen. The president is with you. Again, I want to thank Governor Walz, Attorney General, and Mayor for the candid, insightful, productive discussions we had. Again, I'm not saying we agree on everything, but I think we all already accomplished great things in Minnesota. I am optimistic we will achieve even more in the coming days to make this city safer. I would also like to thank the numerous local law enforcement officials I was able to meet with the last 9 days since I arrived here. I appreciate hearing from local law enforcement, their perspective on what's happening. I appreciate the desire to enhance communications between their agencies and our agencies, and that communication has been vastly improved. I truly appreciate your commitment to respond to federal law enforcement in a time of need. Every chief I talked to, every one of them, promised to respond to any public safety issue when our officers out doing their sworn duty and people start crossing the line and they start impediment, interference. Every police chief has committed to doing their job and enforce public safety. We talked to a lot of sheriffs throughout the nation. We have unprecedented cooperation. I've yet to talk to a sheriff that said no. There's still more sheriffs we are in discussions with and talking to, but I have not heard no. I think they want to do the right things for the communities too. Lastly, I'd like to thank President Trump for his steadfast leadership and commitment to law enforcement, public safety, and prosperity. I've said this many times. I've worked for 6 presidents and 10 administrations. When it comes to public safety, border security, immigration enforcement, no one's done it better than President Trump. His success is unprecedented. Later on today, Secretary Noem is having a press conference on our southern border, the most secure border in the history of this nation, because of the leadership of President Trump and the men and women over there wearing a green uniform. Most secure border in the history of this country, which means less children are dying making that journey, less women and children being sex trafficked, less fentanyl getting this country to kill our young people, less known suspected terrorists being released in this country. The most secure border in a lifetime gives us the strongest national security we've seen. You can't have strong national security without strong border security. I wish I could be at that press conference, but the president has called me here. I just had a small part in it. The reason we have the most secure border is because of President Trump's leadership and the men and women wearing the green uniform, which I once wore. I just reported, I was down there with Commissioner Scott, CBP Commissioner Scott 2 weeks ago. We went through that border in boat, forward drive, and in the air. We toured the border in California, Texas, and Arizona. And I did not see one illegal alien. Think about that. The last 9 months, no one's been released from that border. The most secure border in history of this nation. So God bless the men and women of the Border Patrol. God bless President Trump for his leadership. And God bless the United States of America. I'll take questions.
Sir, you said that you're getting unprecedented cooperation. Where's that coming from? Is it coming from the sheriffs? Have you signed agreements with them? Are Hennepin and Ramsey County part of that? And the 700 officers leaving Minnesota, are they Customs and Border Patrol or ICE or?
There's a mix, but that number is based on, number one, the cooperation. Again, rather than having whole teams out looking for a criminal alien was just released. Now we have one agent at that jail picking that person up. That and the operation has been successful in the number of arrests. So the target list is reducing. So with the efficiencies of the jails, with the efficiencies of the prison system working with us, and the target list decreasing, we had a whole team looking at what makes sense without risking officer safety and the security teams, and that number is 700. Look, we want to get back to the original footprint, the Minnesota footprint of what ICE officers looked like before this operation, plus the additional hires through the big, beautiful bill. A lot of these people You got agents here from LA, New York, and Portland. There's problems there too. So we want to get people back to their home stations and enforce immigration laws in those areas. But the vast majority of sheriffs, there's only a few that we're still in consultation with, but this is unprecedented cooperation. So again, I want to thank, you know, the sheriffs, the governor, and the AG. I think we're in a lot better place than we've ever been in. We never had this kind of cooperation at this level. And I'm not leaving until we get all done. But I'm happy to say I'm extremely pleased with the leadership team and their outreach to the sheriffs, to the state, to the chiefs. I've talked to many of them. I didn't talk to all of them, but I plan on talking to every one of them before I leave and thanking them for their cooperation.
Are you getting cooperation from Hennepin and Ramsey?
Follow-ups right here. Go ahead.
With everything that you've mentioned here right now, do you think this operation was a success here in Minnesota?
Yeah, I think I just listed a bunch of people we took off the streets of the Twin Cities. So I think it was very effective as far as public safety goes. Was it a perfect operation? No. No. And I just told you, we created one unified chain of command, make sure everybody's on the same page, make sure we're deconflicting targets, and make sure we follow the rules. And I'm not saying anybody, you know, I don't think anybody purposely didn't do something they should have done. I'm saying that I brought a different set of eyes on this. I've done this for a long time. We made this operation more streamlined, and we established a unified chain of command. So everybody knows what everybody's doing. And not that it wasn't current before, but we approved upon that. So in target enforcement operation, we go out there, there needs to be a plan. And I want to make sure everybody has a plan. But I'm not going to sit here and point a finger at anybody that they failed. It was a great operation. We took a lot of public safety threats off the street.
Right here.
Can I ask a quick numerical, just clarification? I think it's my main question, please. So 700 leaving effective immediately. How many will that leave here once that group is out?
Right around 2,000.
And what is the pre-operation footprint?
Well, that's 150.
150 is normal.
But we got to remember now we got special agents on detail here doing the fraud investigation. They're not going anywhere. They're going to finish their job. I'm talking about immigration enforcement efforts.
Understood. So then my main question, we've talked to people who say they're protesting not the arrests of people with criminal backgrounds, but things like broad ICE patrols, random citizenship checks of people of color, and the detainment but no charges of US citizens. So have you committed or will you commit to officers on the ground here ceasing those actions?
What I have made clear, we're doing targeted enforcement operation. When we leave this building, we know who we're looking for, where we're most likely to find them, what their immigration record is, what their criminal record is. But as we continue to be forced in the communities, when we go to arrest that criminal target, if we find an illegal alien there, they're coming. We're not going to turn a blind eye to illegal immigration. That's why this partnership and this coordination is so important. We'd much rather work in the safety and security of jail. Look, I go to bed every night wondering if every one of our officers go home safely. I also am concerned that every person we're looking for is taken into custody safely. The best way to do that is to have a target enforcement operation, a well-planned operation. That's the way we've done it for decades.
So should we expect to see no more of that?
Pardon me?
Should we expect to see no more of those citizenship checks?
I have directed target enforcement operations, and we'll hold our officers to the highest standards. These are professionals. Again, I wish every one of you would put that gun on your hip, put that Kevlar vest on, go out there and put up what they put up with. Considering the hate, the rhetoric, the attacks, I think they performed remarkably, and I'm proud of them. We came here, President Trump sent me here. I didn't ask to come here. President Trump sent me here to help de-escalate what was going on. We're not surrendering our mission. We're not walking away from our mission. We're just making this more effective and more smart. This is smart law enforcement. Smart law enforcement makes it safer.
Realistically, how much work is there left to do here? And with this unprecedented cooperation, how long could this take, best case scenario in your eyes, to get the job done?
Okay, I said it, we want to get back to the normal operational footprint here. But that depends on the people out there putting up illegal roadblocks. That depends on people that want to intimidate and interfere and put hands on ICE officers. Tone down the rhetoric. Stop violating the law and impeding and interfering with us, and they'll draw down quicker. I still got more discussions to have with some local law enforcement officers looking for their cooperation. The more cooperation we get, the less rhetoric and hate we see, and the less attacks means we can draw down even more quicker. So, a lot of this has to do with assistance from the community. We want to get these men and women home. They got a job to do at home. And I think we come a long ways. I'm actually, yesterday afternoon, I was sitting on my chief of staff. I'm actually amazed at the cooperation and agreements we already talked about and the willingness to work with us. We're doing better than I ever thought we would. Seriously. And I'm excited about getting back to the business of enforcing immigration law without without arresting people for 111 for interference and impeding. We just want to do what we've done for 30 years, 40. I've done this 40 years. We want to get back to doing the job. And that's what we're planning on doing. And we're not, I want to keep this, because I keep hearing it and hearing it and hearing it. We're not surrendering the president's mission on a mass deportation operation. If you're in the country illegally, if we find you, we'll deport you. But this is about target enforcement operation, and that's what we're going to be doing.
You've been talking about these filter blockades. People, just regular people, protesters are checking IDs, they're running people's plates, and they're not letting people who they think are ICE agents through. But we've seen Minneapolis Police Department roll by and ask these protesters, are they doing okay? And they let these things stay up for extended periods of time. What do you make of NPD's lack of action on this matter?
When I was away to wear the roadblocks yesterday, I called the chief of police, and he went and disbanded them after I got off the phone with him. He has promised to take enforcement action. It's illegal. You can't do that. And again, a message to those folks, what are you doing? You really think you're going to stop an ICE and CBP from doing the job? It's a joke. Only people you're hurting is your own community who wants to go and get groceries, pick up the dry cleaning, or go to work, whatever. You're just hindering them. Stop. Stop.
Right.
I
No more
just have a quick
questions.
clarification on the body
No more
cameras.
question, guys.
Just a
Thank you.
clarification.
Mr. Homan, could you just talk about the targeted list? How big is that list?
Report those only have misdemeanors?
Well, good morning. It is so wonderful and such an honor for me to get to come here and spend some time with all of you. And we're here to talk about how secure this border is and to celebrate that we have 1 year of a secure border and a secure United States of America. I want to say thank you to the gentlemen who all spoke before me and thank them for their leadership. To Paul and Rodney and Todd and Chief, just thank them for all that they've done to lead the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security in carrying out the mission that President Trump committed to fulfill for the people that live in our great country. I also want to thank Tom Homan for being the border czar. He was busy up in Minneapolis today and wasn't able to be here, but we thank him for his leadership as well. But most of all, we thank President Trump for the guts and the love of this country to do the right thing, to make sure that when he talked to the American people, he talked about the fact that what we had going on here in this country under the Biden administration was the greatest humanitarian crisis that we had ever seen in our history. and that it needed to be fixed. And the way that you fix it is you just enforce the law. That you go out there and say the laws need to be enforced and they need to be applied equally to every single person. And that Americans come first because they're the people who have built this country, and that they're the ones who are here working jobs and putting their kids through school and doing the right thing to make sure that our freedom and our liberties are secured. So I want to thank him for his leadership, for the fact that he told the American people what we needed. He said we needed a wall, and we have a wall, a big, beautiful wall that President Trump also wanted painted black so that it would endure for a long period of time, that it would look like the strength and stamina that the American people have, and that it would be something that would continue to protect us for generations to come. But I also wanted to come here today and thank all of you. I'm looking out in this group of individuals and I see a group of patriots, people who stepped up during difficult times and led us through challenges, but also are still here today making sure that we continue down the path of what we committed to the American people. I want to thank all the individuals I see from CBP, from ICE, the Coast Guard. I see our law enforcement partners, the Department of War, National Guard, all of our local sheriffs and law enforcement that have partnered with us, and then those individuals who kept the faith, that came alongside of us and encouraged our law enforcement, and stood beside them and supported them and their families. We know that no one can do their job with excellence unless their family's okay and they're taken care of and that things are right at home. And so those individuals in this community that supported our law enforcement through those times are incredibly important, and we're grateful for them. The high degree of talent and experience that we have here today is a testament to not just President Trump's commitment, but also to the people that have secured the border and have also worked every single day to make sure that America is safe again. In President Trump's first year back in office, we've delivered the most secure border in American history. And we did it with the immediate aftermath we were facing from that humanitarian crisis that was created from Joe Biden's open border policies. It is so quiet here now today that sometimes we even forget how bad it was just a little over a year ago. And the importance of the accomplishment that has happened over this last year cannot be forgotten. Hardworking Americans all along this southern border were devastated. They were trying to do their jobs, educate their kids, and protect the future when they were handed this humanitarian crisis and saw the horrors of what was happening when millions of people were crossing our border unvetted, when they were trespassing onto private property. We had crimes being committed. We saw women and children being trafficked, people dying, and crimes continue to be perpetuated as people were allowed to come into the country unvetted and unstopped. You know, yesterday I was in Eagle Pass, Texas, and I had the chance to tour the border, not just with our Border Patrol agents, but also with the Texas National Guard and the Texas Department of Public Safety. And we looked at some of the areas that were the hardest hit during the Biden border policies. In September of 2023, Eagle Pass saw an unprecedented crisis face them. In fact, they had to declare a state of emergency due to the rush of illegal aliens that were coming into their town and through their community to get into the United States. On one day, they saw over 10,000 people come through that area to get into the United States unvetted and illegally. In just a couple of days, it doubled the population of their town. And it caused a crisis not just for their medical care facilities, their businesses, and their families, but it absolutely crushed them and their economy. And their crime was rampant and overrun. And just last week, or a week or so ago, I got to spend some time in Brownsville, Texas, spent some time with farmers and ranchers. And we talked about what their lives were like just a little over a year and a half ago. How they saw trespassers come onto their property, cut their fences. Their livestock were loose, and sometimes they incurred death there as well. They had crimes, people breaking into their homes and their facilities. They were finding dead bodies on their ranches. In fact, we saw unprecedented death from those illegal migrants that were coming into our country because of the heat exhaustion. And they also were forced into water, and people were drowning because of the crush and the push to take advantage of those open border policies. Those ranchers were talking about how different it was for them now. The fact that their ranches are safe again, that they don't have drug cartels running drugs across their property and down their roads and endangering their children and their schools. Many of the schools in many of these communities had to put up barriers and protections and boulders and rocks just between the roads and their schools to keep their children safe so they could go in and out and get their education in a way that would protect their lives. When things like this happen, people are not just challenged with the crime, but they're challenged with the fact that there are economy is hurt, their businesses are hurt, and also that these illegal migrants were being victimized each and every day. At worst, illegal aliens threatened the lives of American citizens with crime and violence and drugs, but they brought other with them a recognition that the rule of law didn't matter in America anymore, that laws weren't going to be enforced, and it sent a message around the world that people could just come to America and no one was going to do anything about letting those dangerous individuals come in with terrorists, suspected terrorists and criminals that were allowed to come in with those illegal migrants. And while the left tries to tell us many times that it's somehow compassionate to allow that kind of chaos, it isn't. It was dangerous, not just on this side of the border, but on the Mexican side of the border as well. We saw many of those illegal migrants not be able to survive the brutal terrain. They didn't survive the river crossing. Those causes of death, of heat and water were dangerous, and the left behind so many bodies that in some counties along the border, they had to install migrant morgues just to pick up the dead bodies that were passing away on their way to try to get into the United States. In fact, during the Biden administration and those open border policies, we saw even the UN declare that the United States and Mexico border was the deadliest land route in the world. Countless people were sexually abused and trafficked over and over again and exploited. One story that I remember that impacted me so dramatically was a horrifying story of a father who paid a smuggler $1,000 to bring his wife and his 2-year-old daughter into the United States. Once they got over the border, those smugglers took that mom and daughter into a stash house and kidnapped them and held them hostage for a ransom and said that father would not get them back unless he paid another $23,000 to them, and said if he did not immediately pay, that they would do things to his daughter that he couldn't even imagine. That was happening on a daily basis because of that invasion. Over those 4 years of chaos and destruction and death, many of the left said that it was compassionate. They said it was compassionate to let millions of people come in unvetted and be subjected to murderers and smugglers and cartels and gang members. Was it compassionate to make Americans share their communities with criminals? Was it compassionate to encourage men and women and children to break the law and to put their lives at risk, knowing that they could be victimized along the way? And was it compassionate to demonize those federal law enforcement officers that took an oath to uphold the law and to keep Americans safe? You know, the left and Democrats dare to harass, threaten, and dox our officers, assault the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security and our federal law enforcement. And they try to say that enforcing our immigration laws and arresting and deporting illegal criminals and violent criminals is inhumane. Well, what about the victims of that illegal crimes? What about the flow of drugs that were coming over our border and killing our next generation of Americans? What about the angel families who lost someone that they dearly love, that they'll never have back again and don't have a future with? They don't talk about the Laken Rileys, the Jocelyn Nungrys. They don't talk about the Rachel Morans. And they don't talk about the thousands of Americans that we've lost to drug overdoses and to poisonings. In fact, the flow over this border of illegal fentanyl has been cut in half since President Trump has been in office. And since he has secured this border and built this wall, 56% of the fentanyl has stopped coming into our country and saved millions of lives. The Democrats and the left say that compassion was that invasion, was that humanitarian crisis. But President Trump says that compassion is taking care of people. Joe Biden and his policies in those 4 years lost 450,000 children. Many times they placed them with sponsors that abused them, that trafficked them. The government paid people to take our children and to traffic them. Since President Trump's been in office, we've located 145,000 children that were lost, and we're not going to stop till we find every single one. Because of President Trump's leadership and his bold action, this country keeps breaking historic records. In fact, we have the lowest crime rate in this nation right now because of President Trump and his strength and securing our border that we've ever had in the history of this nation since we've been tracking crimes. The lowest murder rate that we've ever recorded in this country. And that's because we enforce the law and we hold criminals accountable for what they do to perpetuate violence against the American people. In fact, for the last 9 months, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into the interior of the country. It's incredible the work that they do every day. And that's what happens when you fight for law and order. Overall, Customs and Border Protection has recorded the lowest number of encounters in the agency's history in 2025. Daily encounters have fallen by 95% over the last year. While the daily average of apprehensions in the Biden years was over 5,100 per day, in the last year it was less than 250. In addition to keeping the illegal aliens out, we're also protecting the American people from the deadly drugs that are coming in. And just in 2025, CBP seized over 600,000 pounds of illicit drugs. The death rate and the fentanyl deaths in this country have dropped in 1 year under President Trump. Because he secured the border, fentanyl deaths have gone down 30%. We can't wait to continue to keep working to save more American lives. We have to continue to keep ramping up our efforts and do all that we can to protect our children. And we're thankful for President Trump's vision to invest in technology, invest in people, and invest in the resources that we need to do our jobs. He did it in 1 year. You think about what this country has gone through over the previous 4 years and what a turnaround that we've seen because we have a president in the White House that puts the American people first. It's incredible. President Trump believed that we still have a country, and he believed that it was a country worth fighting for. Now we're hard at work to make sure it stays that way. And when the American people put President Trump in the White House, they said enough is enough. They chose him. They chose law and order. They voted to build the wall. They voted to send President Trump back to the White House. And it reminds me of John Adams. He said back in history, when they were building this country and founding this country, he said the very definition of a republic is a government of laws, not of men. We are a government of laws. We are a republic. And for 4 long years before President Trump, we saw what it was like when people put men above our laws. We saw how people were victimized and hurt and abused. And Americans didn't want to live like that anymore. The beauty of our republic is that our people have the freedom to choose. And when they elected President Trump, they chose differently. They chose someone who recognized that a country with no border is no country at all. A country that doesn't enforce its laws is a lawless country. We had never experienced the kind of chaos before in recent history that we saw during the Biden administration. And the American people rejected it. They rejected it and its lawlessness and chose to return to law and order. And with President Trump and all of you great law enforcement officers in front of me and those across the country that do their work every day, we've got a promise of a bright future and a promise of an amazing country for years to come. You have stood up and stood on the line to make sure that we have freedom and liberty for our children and our grandchildren for years to come. Thank you for the work that you do. I pray every day that God will continue to bless you, bless the work that you set your hands to and your families. They'll continue to bless this great country so that we would know that we are all Americans and we're all here. The rest of the world follows America because we are the ones that provide the hope and the future for what the entire world should be. So may God bless you and thank you so much for being the great Americans that you are. Thank you.
So like the secretary said, and the commissioner as well, we're celebrating the monumental control that we've got over the border. But in doing that, our main purpose here is to thank you, the men and women of CBP and DHS that are getting the job done. We can provide you all the policies, the money, the protection, the coverage, but you have to go out there and deliver on it. And so I know that most of us say we don't need to thank you, we don't need an award, but it brings me great pleasure to be able to give an award. It gives me extreme pleasure to be able to do it in a sector that played such a huge part in my career and my development as a leader. And so with that, if I can have Agent Jack Gamblin step up. So today, Jack Gamblin is going to receive the Newton Nasarack Award. I'm going to read to you why he's receiving that award. On June the 19th of 2024, Border Patrol Agent Jack Gamblin was critical in the apprehension of a Tucson homicide subject who shot at himself and other law enforcement officers in the Bryan Terry Station's area of operation. Responding to the area, Gamblin found the suspect vehicle speeding in his direction while the suspect was firing at Agent Gamblin. Despite no cover and little to no concealment and a great risk to his personal safety, Agent Gamblin retrieved his service rifle, squared himself off to the threat, and returned fire, neutralizing the threat. BPA Gamblin's exceptional courage and action went above and beyond the call of duty, reflecting the highest credit upon himself and the United States Border Patrol. Agent Gamblin, if you can come over. Agent Fleming. And Agent Gundry. Agent Fleming and Agent Gundry will also be receiving the Newton Nasarack Award. On Thursday, February the 20th of 2025, Border Patrol agents Brandon Fleming and Bryce Gundry witnessed a devastating head-on collision that resulted in both vehicles being engulfed in flames. At tremendous personal risk to themselves, they selflessly dove into the wreckage, pulling the trapped civilians to safety and ultimately saving their lives. BPA Fleming's and BPA Gundry's actions, heroic actions, exemplify the core values of the United States Border Patrol and stand as a testament to their courage, selflessness, and unwavering commitment to protecting others. BPA Fleming and BPA Gundry went above and beyond the call of duty. Their bravery brought great credit upon themselves and the United States Border Patrol. I was driving down here passing Rancho La Migra, and I'm like, man, this brings back some memories. Passing the I-19 checkpoint, got many loads with K9 Jarno up there, and then these hills. I remember when we had no wall down here, right? And I went to the checkpoint for about 6 months, and I come back down and I couldn't recognize the place anymore. I got lost, right? And so hopefully you all get lost as we continue to build the wall. Anyway, thank you very much. And again, we really appreciate all the hard work you guys are doing. Outstanding work. 2026, here we come.
This task force will be a replica of our extraordinarily successful efforts here. And you'll
thank Vice Chair Ted Lieu, as always, for joining me. For over a year, Donald Trump and Kristi Noem have been using Americans' taxpayer dollars to terrorize law-abiding immigrants, kill U.S. citizens, detain children, and endanger communities. What the American public have seen unfold in Minnesota with the murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Good has just been terrible, and it's been the last straw for too many Americans. Let's not forget how we got here. Last year, House Republicans passed the big ugly law to rip healthcare and food away to American families. And they used those cuts to pay for $200 billion to the Department of Homeland Security, including $75 billion to ICE. That's more than 7 times the ICE annual budget. Let that sink in for a moment. Rather than making life more affordable for American families, Republicans decided to use their signature piece of legislation to give a blank check to Kristi Noem. Now, we've seen this out of control, bloated agency carry out some of the most horrific crimes in American history. From trampling on the Constitution to murdering U.S. citizens and violating civil and human rights, there is no question that this brutality must end. And House Democrats are united in that. We cannot act like this is business as usual. That's why Democrats are using every tool at our disposal to hold this administration accountable, and that starts with removing the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Democrats are joining the American people in demanding that federal immigration agents are held to the same standards as our local police officers. Our caucus is united in demanding 4 common sense reforms. Body cameras must be required by law. Masks must come off. Judicial warrants are a requirement, not a suggestion. We must have independent investigations to prosecute agents responsible for carrying out abuses. And finally, there needs to be clear guidelines on use of force. Democrats won't rest until we enact real change in this lawless agency. Vice Chair Luke.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. Trump's tariffs continue to increase inflation. The recent producer price index came in hot. Economists predicted a 0.2% rise. It was 0.5%. And what that means is tariffs are now causing businesses to pass on these increased costs to consumers. And what is Trump focused on? Closing the Kennedy Center. Apparently, he couldn't even get Kid Rock to perform there. And now we have this hallowed, amazing institution of the United States closed because Donald Trump royally screwed up when he vandalized it by putting his name on it. I agree with Chairman Aguilar with everything he said about Trump's ICE and Border Patrol. Trump's ICE and Border Patrol interior operations are out of control. And not only did they kill 2 civilians last month, but you see continuing videos and stories of their abuses. We learned recently that ICE shackled a woman for 24 hours in a bathroom with 3 other men. The faucet didn't work, and when the men would go to a toilet, the woman would hide her face. We know that ICE also detained a 5-year-old citizen, Liam, who then got sick because of the horrible conditions at the detention facility. And a federal judge ordered the release because ICE is just flat out violating the law. It turns out some of the folks that ICE is taking came in here legally through legal processes last year. And if the Trump administration doesn't like that, they've got to change the law. They can't just take people who came in here legally and then try to deport them. And that's why you have judges doing what they just did in this case and release 5-year-old Liam. I also want to echo what Chairman Aguilar said about Kristi Noem. Under her leadership, the Department of Homeland Security has killed a number of Americans. She needs to resign or she needs to be fired. And if not, impeachment proceedings need to proceed. And with that, I yield back.
Questions? Max?
As you mentioned, a lot of Democrats have issues with the way DHS and Kristi Noem are handling situations in the U.S. As a result, how will you vote on the funding package later today, which does provide temporary funding for DHS?
I think we'll have members on, some members will vote yes and some members will vote no. This has been a topic of discussion that we've had that you guys have reported on over the weekend. We had emergency caucus meetings where we were hearing from members. We understand the perspectives that our members bring to the table. Some of the appropriators feel like they need to support this deal. Other members feel deeply concerned that even 2 weeks of of ICE continued funding is, in a sense, blessing what they have done and what they will continue to do, terrorizing our communities. But our caucus is united, and look, I know you folks are going to talk about this vote. We're opposing the rule because Speaker Johnson apparently told his crew that they could pass this on suspension over the weekend, as was reported. That's false. There was no discussion that would lead any rational person to believe that 100 Democrats could vote for this. If they have a problem passing these bills, they need to talk to Hakeem Jeffries. But the first step was in admitting that this can't pass on suspension, and so now they have to pass a rule. They pass a rule, which we'll see in the next few hours. Then we'll have a quick debate, and we'll see where members land on this. This has been the unifying force of members, though, has been these things. Has been Kristi Noem is the head of this agency that is seemingly lawless and doesn't care about the First, Second, Fourth, or 10th Amendment, and she's got to go. We want to protect our communities. We've said that from the very first press conference that the vice chair and I did last year after the president, pardoned violent criminals. And that continues to be a focal point, is what is best to protect our communities while respecting the rule of law. And what we know is that Kristi Noem doesn't believe in this. They're willing to let Stephen Miller make policy over there. And I think what members were also showed is 59% of Fox, this is a Fox poll, 59% said ICE was too aggressive. So Speaker Johnson is on the wrong side of this. He's already dismissing some of the reasonable reforms that we're offering. The proof continues to be the American people speaking in a poll, at Fox, or speaking at the ballot in Texas. The American people are fed up of this. They are fed up of lawless ICE. They are fed up of runaway budgets with no accountability, and they are fed up of the rhetoric that Republicans are trying to offer to justify this lawlessness. And it's going to be on us. It's going to be on House Democrats to push back. And we will push back now. We will push back in February, and we will push back all the way through November until we get an opportunity to change the temperature in this place.
A few weeks ago, I went to Minneapolis, St. Paul, and met with nonprofit groups and local law enforcement. We did a Democratic field hearing, and their stories of abuse are horrific. You have Trump's ICE completely being out of control. We also know that the public pressure is working. The Trump administration is starting to backtrack. They removed Border Patrol Commander at Large Greg Bovino from Minnesota. We also know that he has now engaged in anti-Semitic comments. He needs to resign. We also know that Kristi Noem yesterday issued a directive saying all field agents in Minneapolis must wear body cameras. That is a start, but every one of their agents across America needs to wear body cameras like real police officers do. And I encourage American people to continue this public pressure and to exercise their First Amendment rights.
Just to drill down before I ask my question, you're going to wait to see if the Republicans can pass a rule before you decide how you're going to vote, or you know?
Or I'm going to wait until we pass a rule before I tell people what I'm going to vote.
Okay.
Either way, it serves the same purpose. But look, we've over the last couple of days, the vice chair and I have tried to create an environment with the leadership team where we hear directly from members who are struggling, who are frustrated by what they see. And the week back home, where we talked to folks in our communities about the local lawlessness of ICE, really put a finer point on that. We weren't, in DC comparing notes. We were back home talking to our communities. And we're the ones that have to look folks in the eye who have experienced some of these tragedies and horrific behavior. The vice chair in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and many other folks visiting ICE detention facilities or trying to visit ICE detention facilities or talking to community leaders and advocates. But time and time again, what we hear from our colleagues is we have to make changes. We have to reform DHS. They were given unlimited amounts of money by House Republicans, and we need to have meaningful reforms because they are unchecked. They have been proven time and time again unworthy of our trust and unworthy of the benefit of the doubt. All of us are here on the Democratic side. I know the vice chair and I feel this way. We want government to work. We know it can be an instrument of good. We know it can help people in their daily lives. And what these folks are doing sets all of us back because they are now going to be afraid. And I talked to our local law enforcement leaders about this in San Bernardino County last week. Local law enforcement is concerned that people aren't going to report crime or they aren't going to say that they are a witness of a crime because they're afraid that everybody is working with ICE. And that hurts us. If people don't feel like they can answer a police officer's question on what they saw for fear of their status, that sets us all back. And by the way, every one of these law enforcement agencies, I met with locally, they have an identifier on them. They have their name on a polo. They have their name on their uniform. It says which agency employs them. They have a clear identifier as to who they are and where they work. Shame on us if we can't create an environment that mirrors exactly what our local governments have been doing and have been doing well and have been doing with the trust and support of our community members.
Mr. Chairman, really quickly, you all got a 3-year extension through a discharge petition during the last shutdown, after the last shutdown, and it's languishing in the Senate right now. It's not looking like it's going to get a vote. You and Republicans are far apart on these reform demands that you all are looking to get. In a world where any of these reforms happen, and we can talk about all the different ways that they could, are you concerned that the same thing that's happening with the ACA subsidies, where the bill is languishing in the Senate right now, is the same thing that will be happening on ICE and DHS reforms?
No, I'm more hopeful. I'm more optimistic that House Democrats and Senate Democrats are united in reforming ICE. And I know that our Senate colleagues are supportive of the Affordable Care Act tax credits too. That faces difficulties with 60 votes and needing so many Republicans to join on board too. But I will tell you that in the conversations I've had with a small amount of senators, it leads me to think that they are united with us. They want to stand, with us to reform this terrible agency, and they're willing to, stand up and speak up, use their voice and their platform and their vote in order to make that happen, because they see what we've all seen. They see that this administration is trying to tell us, don't believe your eyes, trust us, and we know that they're not worthy of that. So, I feel confident in the strength of the House Democratic Caucus and our unified purpose and message. No matter what the vote outcome is, we're going to walk out and we're going to be focused on how we get rid of Kristi Noem and how we ensure that DHS is a reasonable organization, and that's going to take significant reforms to get there.
Thank you.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune said this morning that it's an impossibility that there would be a deal within the next 10 days. If that's the case, do House Democrats plan to uniformly vote against another CR for DHS?
One step at a time. We got the rule vote in front of us this morning, and in the afternoon we have our vote. I'm not going to presuppose what's going to happen in 10 days today, but I will tell you that it's been shocking to see that House and Senate Republicans don't even want reasonable reforms to this lawless agency. They're seeing the same numbers and the same polls we are. The American public is standing with us and asking us to do something, and John Thune and Speaker Johnson are willing to just do nothing. They're willing to just let the status quo continue House and Senate Democrats have said time and time again that that's not going to happen. Andrew, no?
Grassroots groups, progressive members have said that letting DHS funding continue to lapse is in itself the leverage that is needed to do things like get Kristi Noem out of office, to get significant reforms at ICE, including, beyond body cameras and things that folks say are not significant enough in the aftermath of these Minneapolis shootings. What will you say to the base when inevitably there are enough members who have said they're going to vote to pass the government funding bill on final passage? What will you say to the base when they say you guys have just given up your leverage?
What I'll say to all of you and what I'll say to the members, first, we got to see what happens with this rule vote. You're making an assumption that this package passes in the afternoon, and I think that's fair. That's fine. I'll play along. But what you'll hear from members and what you'll hear us say to folks, inside, outside, whatever organizations you call it, is, we have more opportunities. We have more opportunities for leverage, not 6 months away, not in the next appropriations cycle, not, September 30th. We have some opportunities to make our voices heard in the next 10 days. And if we can build a coalition that includes our Senate colleagues and includes the American public who are seemingly already with us, that's a good first step. So that's what's in front of us. We'll see what happens with this vote, but I feel very confident saying that House Democrats are going to emerge and to say we need reforms on ICE. We have a list that we want done, and we aren't settling for half measures. And if Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson don't want to come to the table and negotiate real reform, then they're going to have to explain to the American public why they're shutting down, agencies. And maybe that's something they're comfortable, doing, but that's not going to be on us. That's going to be on them approving the lawlessness of ICE without making simple reforms that respect the First, Second, Fourth, 10th Amendment, and tries to offer some level of accountability and oversight over these agencies.
Thank you, Chairman. It appears this deal we're voting on today stems from Leader Schumer talking directly to the White House. Do you feel that House Democrats are being included enough in those conversations, especially if we get down to the road of negotiating possible changes to ICE later on?
I don't think we were party to that conversation, last week. That's fine. Look, we play the cards we're dealt. We're voting on the measures that are on the floor. I'm not interested in playing parlor games over, who talked to who or hurt feelings about, missing a phone call. I don't care about that. My colleagues don't care about that. This is the vote in front of us. This is what we have. We have a rule vote coming up shortly, and then we have the full bill that includes the full year funding measures for the 5 agencies and the 2-week CR for DHS. That's in front of us. We've been asking for simple reforms to this lawless agency. We're going to continue to work with the American public and build a coalition that gets that accomplished, because nothing's going to change until we actually enact meaningful reforms to this agency.
I wanted to ask in regards to the Clintons agreed to testify ahead of the contempt vote. Republicans gave them a noon deadline. I'm curious, there seems like obviously several Democrats broke with the party to recommend it out of committee. I guess, do you guys think, do House Democrats owe it to a former president and a former presidential nominee of their party to protect them from bipartisan subpoenas?
But this is about, and I don't want to get ahead of the committee. Robert Garcia and the committee members can talk about their votes and explain their votes, but criminal contempt of Congress is a very serious thing that should be reserved for, we should only vote on something that serious when someone completely thumbs their nose at Congress and doesn't want to, come in and meet. The Clintons have proposed a schedule to meet. They've accepted every condition that the chairman has offered. So clearly there is no basis behind a contempt vote. And yes, contempt vote right now. There's no basis for that. We won't support that. It's completely ridiculous. And it just shows the partisan nature of Chairman Homan. Right? I told you before when this came up a couple weeks ago, right? Like this is all political theatrics. This is about him wanting to score political because he probably was at a rally at some point and yelled, lock her up. That's all this is about. is him trying to fulfill that, conservative, wet dream to make that happen. And so that's just that's where we are. And that's where the politics of this moment. But there's no basis for an attempt vote. And I hope one doesn't come to the floor.
So why are Republicans so interested in Bill and Hillary Clinton? It's because they're trying to distract from the fact that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files thousands and thousands of times. In those files, there's highly disturbing allegations of Donald Trump raping children, of Donald Trump threatening to kill children. So I encourage your press to go look at these allegations. And I'm highly disturbed that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just got the law wrong. Yesterday, he said essentially that it is not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's actually not correct. If Jeffrey Epstein was human trafficking minors for these sex parties, and you show up and patronize the establishment at that party, yes, you're guilty, because patronizing is part of the law, the federal sex trafficking law. So Deputy General Todd Blanche just got that wrong, which maybe explains why they aren't investigating all these folks, including Donald Trump. He needs to read the law and investigate these people. He also needs to resign, not only for not knowing the law, but a massive, not only screw up, but the biggest privacy violation in history. They release a lot of pictures of minors unredacted, just violated the privacy of these girls. It is uncalled for what they did. The one thing that they could not do under this law was to invade the privacy of these women now, who were girls at the time, who were victims of sex trafficking. Also, he met with Ghislaine Maxwell, moved her to minimum security prison, and then got a puppy for her. So for all those reasons, he's just got to leave the Department of Justice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of the origins of the humble address, and when I was a political advisor on the Brexit team in opposition, these looked a bit more clever than they do today. So I thank him for that and the spirit he did it. But in particular, I want to thank and highlight the speech by my honourable friend for Bolsover, who I thought made an incredibly powerful and commanding speech and rightly put the voice of victims in this House, and she did so brilliantly. So thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, it's clear from all sides of the House today that they share the public's anger at Mandelson's treachery, his lies, and his deceit. As the Prime Minister said earlier, Mandelson betrayed this country. He betrayed Parliament, he betrayed my party, and he betrayed our government. He lied. I'll just make a little progress, and I will, if that's okay. He lied to the Prime Minister. He lied during the vetting process, which I will return to because a number of members raised it. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, I suspect he's still lying now. And that's why, since new information came to light, The Prime Minister, over the weekend, the Prime Minister has acted in a number of ways. Firstly, on Monday, I will. Just let me complete this another. On Monday, the Prime Minister instructed the Cabinet Secretary to investigate all papers released by the US Department of Justice. The Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister also set out to this House a statement. On Tuesday, the Cabinet Secretary decided to refer certain material to the police with the Prime Minister's support, and subsequently the police have launched a full investigation with which we will cooperate fully and must go everywhere the evidence takes it. I will give way, if you take out first the honourable gentleman, then I'll give way.
I think it's pretty underhand of the Minister to make himself the champion of public anger about the person Mandelson was. Because I can tell you what the House is angry about on both sides. It's not just with Mandelson, it's with the Prime Minister for appointing him in the first place.
Minister.
As the Prime Minister has said many times, if he'd have known what he knows now, he wouldn't have had him within 1 million miles of government, and that is absolutely right. I will give one of my honourable friends.
So Julian Lewis.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. I'll try and make the same point, but in a less emotional way. Now, the Prime Minister was asked today directly, could he tell us, did the official security vetting that he received mention Mandelson's ongoing relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein? And he replied, yes, it did. Now, the point is that when the Minister says he lied to the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister knew that the relationship was ongoing. So even if he lied about some other aspects of the relationship, cannot the Minister see that the fact there was any ongoing relationship at all with a man who'd been imprisoned for paedophilia and prostitution, can he not see that that was an impossible position to defend, and no subsequent lies or revelations alter the fact that the Prime Minister appointed him when he knew that he was in that ongoing relationship?
Can I thank him for that? As the Prime Minister said, he was lied to repeatedly by Mandelson. And the scope of the due diligence, which I will come to the vetting process in a minute, but the scope of the due diligence is within the scope of this humble address. It will be released. The House will be able to see for itself this process. I'll just make a little progress if that's okay, and then I will come back to it. Alongside further steps the Prime Minister's made in the last week, he has recommended to the King that Mandelson be removed from the Privy Council. He's instructed legislation, this is the point the Honourable Member for North Dorset raised, legislation to be drawn up to strip him of his title, and for wider reform of the House of Lords process. In answer to the question raised earlier, that legislation is imminent. It will be in government time, and it will be brought to this House as soon as possible. Frankly, I wish it was already here now, but it will come very, very soon, and it will be in government time. I will give way to the honourable gentleman, and then there. That's okay.
Grateful to the Minister for giving way. But of course, before the appointment of Peter Mandelson as our ambassador, he was appointed as strategic advisor, consultant, advocate, and planner for the 2024 Labour Party general election campaign. And could I suggest that he was appointed, and members opposite know this to be true, because he was treacherous, because he was deceitful, and because he was a liar, a master manipulator in political dark arts. That's why the Prime Minister appointed him. And there's no defence, is there?
Minister.
Just to be clear, he was not appointed to any role in the 2024 campaign. I remember that campaign very, very well. And honourable members, to clear up two other points that were raised in this debate, as honourable members made very, very clear earlier, he had no role in candidate selection at all. That is done by the NEC and through the rule book. Absolutely no role in it. He had absolutely, if I just finished, he had absolutely no role or say in any reshuffle either. And for honourable members just to keep repeating it, it is absolutely fundamentally untrue.
Who are you giving way to? I've got four. Which one? There's a few. There we are. Come on, Harriet Cross.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Just say the Minister was appointing his own new member of staff, and he knew that member of staff had twice lost a job in the past because of misdemeanors. If he then also knew that member of staff had relationships continuing with a convicted paedophile, would the Minister give him a job?
Yes or no?
She tempts me into hypotheticals I'm not going to get to, if that's all right. But let me answer I'm going to make some progress, if that's all right. because there are a number of questions raised, and I want to make some progress, please. Because a number of people raised the question of vetting, which I want to come to. And the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee outlined this process a little earlier, and I just want to clarify that, but she was absolutely right in what she said. Before Mandelson's appointment, there were two distinct and separate processes. Firstly, within the Cabinet Office, where due diligence was followed in exactly the usual fashion for this type of appointment, and a second process, which is national security vetting, undertaken by UKSV, the UK security. I'll just complete this point, by UK security vetting. I want to be very clear with the House. None of that was skipped. Nothing was removed from the usual process. And we have, as the Paymaster General set out earlier, strengthened the vetting process further. I will give way to the Honourable Lady, and then I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman behind.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable gentleman for giving way. I wonder if I could ask him, the Prime Minister said clearly today that he knew when he appointed Peter Mandelson to the job as His Majesty's ambassador, that he knew that he had an ongoing relationship with with paedophile Epstein. So can the Minister tell us what sort of relationship he thinks would be acceptable in appointing such a person?
Minister.
As the Prime Minister made clear, he was lied to repeatedly by Peter Mandelson on this, and information that was in the vetting report, which will be published to the House. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Charlie Shelby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for giving way. But the question, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister is this. The Prime Minister stood at the dispatch box and said he knew. When the documents will be released and the vetting will be released, that's all irrelevant, Mr. Speaker, because we're not interested in what he said, because the Prime Minister said that he knew. So the question is this. Why did the Prime Minister feel that that was appropriate to appoint one of the most senior ambassadors in the world? That's got nothing to do with vetting. This gets to the heart of the Prime Minister's judgment. Minister Ward.
As I say, the Prime Minister, look, before Mandelson was appointed, there were reports obviously linking him with Epstein. This was looked into as part of the vetting process. Mandelson lied to the Prime Minister, he hid information. When new information came out, he removed it from it. This information will come out, will be approached and will come further. I'm going to make some progress and actually come to the motion. If that's okay, I will give way to my own. It's the first one from behind me.
The Minister.
Just a bit. In fairness to the Minister, he's given way time and time on this side, and quite rightly, he's giving way to the left. So don't feel you've been outdone to, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister agree with me that the reason we are here today is because of the brave women that have spoken out and led us here? That we have a responsibility, a shared responsibility as a House to make sure that no stone is unturned. And as a government, we will absolutely make sure that the victims at the heart of the paedophile Epstein's crimes get the justice they deserve. We carry on calling out this behaviour wherever we see it, and we make sure that now we are in government, we will do everything we can to halve violence against women and girls. It comes too little too late, but it's needed now more than ever.
I absolutely agree. I couldn't have put it right. I couldn't come anywhere near as well as that. And the Honourable Lady made, as I say, an incredibly powerful speech earlier. She quoted Virginia Giuffre in her speech at length. I thought that was an extraordinarily powerful way to make the point, and she made it better than anyone because it's the victims we should have in mind. I will give way. I will give way one more time, and then I will come to the motion, if that's all right.
I appreciate the Minister for giving way. One of my concerns has been that when Mandelson was our ambassador in DC, he was responsible for a very large embassy. Now, there may have been members of the Foreign Office staff there who have survived rape or sexual assault, or there may well have been sexual assaults during his tenure of ambassador. Can I confirm that Foreign Office ministers have reviewed all HR decisions he made while he was there as ambassador to make sure that any women who had any concerns about treatment or they were spoken to or things they reported received the support that they deserved?
Can I thank her for that point? Look, anyone who obviously would make any allegation or any report of that would obviously be treated seriously. I will take it up with Foreign Office ministers if that's okay and come back to her because she does raise an incredibly serious point. I will give way one more time to the former Attorney General, if that's okay, and then I will.
I'm extremely grateful to the Minister for giving way, and I know he wants to move on to the motion. But just before he does, the point was raised by my honourable friend with the Shadow Minister, but I'd be grateful for some reassurance from him. He's moved the manuscript amendment. If the House today passes this motion with the manuscript amendment attached, then a volume of material will reach the Intelligence and Security Committee. He knows that our administrative resources are limited, and we do not know what volume of material may be coming our way. The House will expect us to do a thorough job. We will seek to do one. But can I ask him to reassure me and the House that the committee will have the additional administrative resources it needs, if it needs them, in order to consider that material properly?
Can I thank him for that, and for the speech he made earlier and the points he made in this? Absolutely, yes. I completely recognise the point he's making. There is a lot of documents covered by the motion here. That's not a complaint. Of the authority and respect of this House, they need the resources to go with it. We will ensure that happens in the usual way. I'm going to go to the motion, if that's okay. I'm going one more time, and then the motion.
Mr. I thank the Minister for giving way. Could he confirm on the floor of the House that the government will also include details of how the government managed conflicts of interest between Peter Mandelson's shareholding in Global Council and his activities as ambassador? And specifically, could he look at the background and come back to the House on 2 contracts, one to Adderall Technologies and one to Palantir, which were direct award contracts, of which at least one of those clients was a client of Global Council?
Can I thank you for that? And as I mentioned at the beginning, the way he went about his speech as well. Look, the humble address will cover that will be within scope of the humble address that we'll have it. And if there are specific further points regarding direct procurements that the Cabinet Office needs to look into, I will write to him and come back. I will intercept the opposition spokesman.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way, and he's being very generous with his time. The humble address is obviously about Lord Mandelson's appointment. However, the point raised by my right honourable friend was about 2 contracts, at least one of which went to, by direct award, a business that was a client of Global Council. The Prime Minister met that company whilst in Washington. It did not appear on his register of interest. Will the Minister assure the House that the Cabinet Secretary will look into the process that led up to that direct award?
Minister.
As I said, we will deal with what's in the first. Everything in the humble address we'll deal with. On that point, I will ask the Cabinet. I will write back to him. I will write back to the honourable gentleman as well, and I will follow up with the Cabinet Secretary on that point, if that's okay. I'm going to get to the motion, then I promise I will give way, because you have been trying. I'm going to get to the motion. I'm going to get to the motion. Now, as I said, the government expects the spirit, purpose, and intent of the opposition motion, and we want to provide transparency and drain the swamp of Mandelson's lies. The amendment we have, the manuscript amendment we've put forward, has two important points in it. One on national security and one on foreign relations. I want to cover those quickly, and then I will take interventions. On national security, as the Prime Minister has said from this dispatch box, and has said more times to me over the years I've known him than I can remember, is his #1 priority, and he will never compromise on that. That is why we wanted it in the motion, and that's why we wanted it in front of the House. There is a precedent for this within the humble address, as we mentioned. Well, I think one of my right-honourable friends mentioned earlier in the humble address we did regarding Lebedev, which included the words, and I quote, in a form which may contain redactions, but such redactions shall be solely for the purposes of national security. So the intention is to abide with that spirit, and the intention is to make a very clear point on national security. But I will come to how this is going to be done by the ISC and the Cabinet Secretary in a second. On international relations, as the Prime Minister said, these documents, which are significant in number, could well touch on sensitive issues of intelligence, trade, or relations with other countries. For example, we would not inadvertently want to release information about what our red lines are in trade agreements, about peace negotiations and position on things like Ukraine, Middle East, or Sudan, or on sensitive assessments made on our allies, and with diplomatic conversations on our life depends. The point of the amendment is that we are trying to address that and to make that clear within the House, and we're trying to balance transparency with national security. And that is what the Minister is doing. I will give way to the honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman behind, and then I'll give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and no disrespect to Intelligence and Security Committee, but he will have heard the points of order from the member for Hayes and Harlington and myself earlier. I think we need to know that there is a timetable for this inquiry. We need to know that it is not going to rule out specifically commercial interests such as Palantir and not investigate them. And we need to know that it's also going to investigate the whole web of influence that Peter Mandelson had over so much in government, which has brought about this dreadful position where we end up appointing somebody who's a friend of a paedophile as the ambassador to Washington. Because there are many people looking at this debate today who will not be happy that Parliament merely shoves it off to a committee of its own when they think there should be a wider public interest inquiry into the whole affair.
Minister. Thank you for that. Look, the police investigation will go wherever it needs to. It will cover any criminality or allegations thereof. That is the right way to do it. And nothing, I say, will be hidden in that fashion. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I am going to make some progress here because time is pushing. I will give way in a second. Time is pushing now. So let me come to the manuscript amendment. So we will agree with the ISC how they're going to work with us and scrutinise it, and I welcome the commitment made earlier on. As the Paymaster General set out earlier, the process for deciding what falls in scope will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, supported by Cabinet Office lawyers, working with the ISC. The Cabinet Secretary will take independent advice on the decision he's taken, and it will take two forms. First, through independent KCs. Secondly, through scrutiny of the approach he's taking, working directly hand in hand with the ISC. Now, the Cabinet Secretary will write to the ISC, setting out that process. He will meet with them regularly to ensure they are content with it. And in line with the manuscript amendment, papers determined to be prejudicial to national security or international relations will be referred, let me finish please, will be referred to the ISC. The ISC are independent, they are rigorous, they are highly respected. They will then decide what to do with the material that is sent to them. I will give way. I'm going to give way to the honourable lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Just for further clarity, the concern I think people have is that there will be a decision made by the government in the form of the Cabinet Secretary about what is referred to the ISC. What we are keen to know is that the bulk of the documents will be in the hands of the ISC, and they can make the decision about what needs to be kept private and what should be made public. Can the Minister clarify that the ISC will have control over what needs to be kept private and what can be made public?
So the release of information will be done in the way I just set out, either through the Cabinet Secretary working with independent lawyers about what work, or if material is deemed to be potentially conflicted with national security or foreign relations, it will be handed to the ISC, who are independent and can make decisions. And to the point the honourable member made earlier, this is the really crucial point I want to make. There will not be political involvement from ministers. There will not be political involvement from number 10 in this process. This is the Cabinet Secretary and the ISC working with lawyers on it. I will give way one more time, and then I'll the gentleman behind.
I thank the Minister for giving way, but I really must push him because he is giving conflicting messages here. At one stage, he said that the direct contract award would be in scope of the committee. He has now said, without committing any timescales, he has now said that the scope of of the releasing of documents is now a matter for the Cabinet Secretary with no political involvement. He has stood at this dispatch box as the political minister to say that that direct contract award will be in scope. Will it be or not?
Any correspondence involving Peter Mandelson in this is within scope. That will be looked at, as I say, by the Cabinet Secretary, who will make decisions based on with independent lawyers and working with the ISC on it. I'm going to give way one more time to the honourable gentleman.
Yeah, can I thank the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend. Can I give assurance that we're very confident in the ISC that we can do an effective job on this? And I think it's worth pointing out, we cannot be told what we cannot publish. That will be a matter of decision for us to do so. But can I also ask for an assurance following on what he's just said, is that there will be no block whatsoever on documents that the ISC should be getting?
Yes, I can confirm that. And can I thank him for, he has huge expertise in this, and I can confirm that. And we will work with the ISC on this. I'm not going to give away any more. There are 4 or 5 minutes to go. I will make some progress if that's okay. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister also mentioned today, the Metropolitan, there will also have to be discussions with the Metropolitan Police over material. The Metropolitan Police have issued a statement today around material that will be released. So I just want to confirm to the House the material will not be released today because of the conversation with the Metropolitan Police over that, but it will be released as quickly as possible in line with the process set out before the House. I will give way, because I said I would earlier, to her.
I thank the Minister. He has set out the difference between national security matters and issues which may be embarrassing to the government, because let's face it, practically anything could damage international relations with Donald Trump. Who knows what he's going to take offence at. But the process he has just outlined implies that the Cabinet Secretary has to scrutinise every bit of information before deciding whether it gets released or whether it gets to the ISC. How long is that going to take? Will he give us assurance of the volume of material he anticipates sending to the ISC and the timetable? What will be the deadline for releasing that material, either into the public domain or to the ISC?
As I say, the timeline will be as soon as possible. We want to get on with this. There is a lot of material here to go through. We will get through this as quickly as possible. Other humble addresses have taken a number of weeks or months. We will want to be as quick as possible, and we will work with the ISC as soon as we can on this to get it progressing. And I hope she welcomes the spirit we take on. I just want to deal with 2 more points. There'll be no more, I'm afraid. I'm so sorry. I need to see 2 more points on a public inquiry, which a number of members mentioned. As I say, there is an ongoing police inquiry that has the freedom to go where it wants, and the cooperation of everyone in government. We believe that, along with the process we have set out, is the right way to. Because I will not give away any more. I will not give away any more. Actually, I'll give away once. Go on.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister just clarify clearly that the documentation will go to the ISC and they will be the decision makers in terms of what is a risk to national security and international relations and should be in the public domain, and not the Cabinet Secretary?
Let me try one more time. It will be either made public by the Cabinet Secretary, or it will go to the ISC, and they will have a decision for it to be made through there. And it will be done with the independence, resources, Mr. Speaker, no, I'm right now. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely right for the House to have debated this incredibly important issue today, and in the spirit it has. And I do want to thank honourable members and right honourable members for that. As I said, the lies, venality, and treachery of Mandelson shame this House. And I and the Prime Minister, and I know honourable members all around me, have nothing but contempt for the way he acted and lied to the British people. I'm glad this will now be shown to the British people. I share the anger, the disgust of so many other members of this House. And Mr. Speaker, we will comply with this motion, the amended motion. We will update the House on progress with that. And with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the manuscript amendment in the name of the Prime Minister.
The question is that Amendment A be made, since when an amendment to the amendment has been proposed as follows: that amendment at the end of the Amendment A, and which shall instead be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. The question is the amendment be made and proposed amendment be made. As many of that opinion, say aye. Aye! The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. The question is that Amendment A, as amended, be made. As many of that opinion, say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion, as amended, to be agreed to, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. That completes. Are you ready, Caroline? Yes. Right. Sorry, a point of order, Simon Hall.
Speaker, it's in relation to the point that the Minister made with regards to the Metropolitan Police, asking that certain documents are not released in case they prejudiced a trial or an investigation. You know as well as I do, sir, the importance of privilege to this place. Will your office and council be working with the Cabinet Office to ensure that the rights and privileges of members of this House are protected.
Can I just say, we're not going to continue the debate, but just to sum up, the question with the Metropolitan Police have no jurisdiction on what this House may wish to do. It will be whether the government provides or not. But just to let you know, they cannot dictate to this House. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to continue the debate. It's been a long debate, an important debate. Let us move on.
Order, order. I will now announce the result of today's deferred division. Draft Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Amendment Order 2026. The ayes were 392, the noes were 116. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 3 on climate change. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The division is deferred until Wednesday next. Petition. Ian Room.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Further to our online petition signed by over 3,000 people calling for the Tarka rail line to be future-proofed, I present this petition on behalf of rail passengers in Northern Devon, who have suffered overcrowding and repeated service disruption due to flooding this winter, despite a record-breaking 1 million rail journeys per year between Barnstable and Exeter. Following Storm Chandra, all trains have been cancelled. North Devon's rail link has been shut for over a week and will not resume for several more days. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the government to ask Network Rail and Great Western Rail to prioritise the Tarka line for improvements and to work together to make rail travel in North Devon more resilient. And the petitioners remain, etc. Hear, hear.
Petition the Tarka line.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Steve Race.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since its establishment in 1964, the CITB has been the industry-led and funded training board for the UK construction industry, and at present is an arm's-length body of the Department for Work and Pensions, and so I thank the Minister for being here to respond. The CITB are tasked, in their words, with ensuring a safe, professional and fully qualified construction industry and to address critical skills shortages. As members will no doubt agree, some things do not change, and indeed we are grappling today with those very same challenges as we commit to delivering new infrastructure, a regeneration of our public realm, and of course the need to build much needed new homes right across the country. The CITB has always been self-funded by the sector, with powers granted under the legislation to collect a levy from private construction firms. In return for this levy, the CITB's role is to redistribute to sector firms the grants, funds and subsidies for training. This sector-wide approach has meant that skills are transferable and the cost of training is equitably shared between smaller and larger construction firms. And Madam Speaker, this is one of the ways in which the whole sector benefits. As any of us here knows, when we don our hard hats and visit construction sites, every project involves a huge range of large and small firms in bricklaying, carpentry, electricians, plumbers, and so on. It is rare, if ever, that any project could be completed solely with one large firm. Indeed, just last Friday, I visited the St Michael's Meadow housing development in my Exeter constituency to congratulate the site manager Roy and his trainee site manager Sam, who have been awarded the Seal of Excellence Award and the NHBC Pride in the Job Awards. While there, I also met Dylan and Reese, two carpentry apprentices, both of whom are reaching the end of their apprenticeship training with Barrett Redrow, and one of whom is headed directly into the specialist carpentry firm that Barrett Redrow works with on their projects. That is the way that the industry works, and so the CITB has long reflected this in its engagement, and in particular through its stewardship and funding for CITB local training groups. Of course.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for Exeter for bringing this forward? He's absolutely right. In his time in this chamber, he's been assiduous and committed and very, very industrious MP for his constituents. Thank him for that. We have something similar in Northern Ireland. It's called the CITBNI, similar to the very one that the Honourable Gentleman has referred to on the mainland. Key support, including up some £6,500 for apprentices over 3 years, 50% grant for net zero training. They're an absolute lifesaver for small contractors who can no longer afford the cost of apprenticeships when the cost of insurance alone for the apprentice is almost as costly as their wage.
Steve Rice.
I thank the member for his intervention. I hope the Minister will cover those points at the end. But I think that as we grapple with the costs rising in the construction firms, we need to support them, as I hope CITB will be in the future. So this is the way that the industry works, and so the CITB has long reflected engagement. The local training groups have been vital in supporting micro and small employers to form local networks, of course.
The Honourable Member for Exeter for giving way, and I wonder if the Honourable Member will agree with me that losing the skills and expertise of those local training groups, like the Plymouth Construction Training Group, which was formed in 1977 and has been funded by the CITB, as he's alluded to, in exchange for the proposed centralised delivery from CITB in London, is actually a retrograde step and therefore risks losing those local construction skills.
I thank the member for her intervention, and I fear that she might be right, and I'll be going on some of those issues and some of the feedback that I've had from local training groups across the country and from small firms as well. The groups have been vital in supporting small employers to form local networks, helping them to forge closer ties, providing these businesses with local and low-cost training options, and with a paid officer who holds a wealth of local knowledge and experience. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, the National CITB has chosen to defund all 55 training groups across the country, choosing to close the network down and reallocate the funding elsewhere. This was brought to my attention by Mr. Peter Lucas, a constituent of mine who runs a carpentry business and who has been the chair of the National Training Group Chairs Committee. He impressed upon me the good localised work that training boards have been doing. He told me that training groups connect employers with training in everything from how to use a dust mask properly to master's degrees, a really broad spectrum of training for the sector. Training groups work with schools and colleges to promote construction with talks and information about the sector, and they signpost people into the appropriate apprenticeships programs. They also save the CITB vast amounts of money on training courses, as training groups source them cheaper than at a national level. They meet up and exchange ideas and best practice from across the whole of Great Britain, with everyone gaining more knowledge. Each training group has until this year been given £35,000 from CITB to fund their group training officer, money that does come from the levy that members of the training groups have paid to the CITB. Without the grant, the training groups will likely close, and with the loss of the groups, vital local networks and local knowledge will be lost. Certainly, the local training group for Devon has
And good evening from our nation's capital, where today we sat down exclusively with President Trump at this extremely pivotal moment in his second term. His Justice Department would drop the investigation into Powell. And as the Republican Party faces growing pressure ahead of the midterms, what he said about the possibility of 2028 and the presidential ticket possibly featuring on the Republican side Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Plus, we pressed him on what those FBI agents were looking for when they raided an election office in Georgia, and his warning tonight to Iran's supreme leader after that country's deadly protest crackdown. Also, the surprising response when asked about his relationship with former President Bill Clinton. During our talk, the president pointing out ongoing construction on the White House ballroom, what he said about bulletproof windows and drone-proof ceilings being installed, and if he ever worries about his own safety, plus what he told me about his personal health. But we start with the major breaking news out of Minneapolis tonight. Tom Homan announcing he's pulling hundreds of federal officers out of Minnesota, and that's where our conversation begins. Okay, let's drill down into the news today. That big change on immigration, 700 officers leaving Minneapolis. Did that come from you?
Yes, it did. But it didn't come from me because I just wanted to do it. We are waiting for them to release prisoners, give us the murderers that they're holding and all of the bad people, drug dealers, all of the bad people. We allowed in our country, I'd say 25 million people with an open border policy for 4 years under Biden and that group, the auto pen group, I call them. We allowed to come into our country people the likes of which no country would accept. And we're getting them out, but we've gotten a lot of them out. So crime now in Minnesota, crime now in Minneapolis is down. Crime in all cities is down. And you know why it's down? It's down because of us. It's down in Chicago by 25%, despite the fact that we are always dealing with these people, and they happen to be Democrats.
Speaking of
that don't know anything about crime prevention.
Mr. President, speaking of Minneapolis, what did you learn?
I learned that maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch, but you still have to be tough. These are criminals. We're dealing with really hard criminals. But look, I've called the people. I've called the governor. I've called the mayor, spoke to them, had great conversations with them. And then I see them ranting and raving out there, literally as though a call wasn't made. We've done a great job everywhere. The only place there's been a little inflammation has been really, it's not Minnesota because we've done well with
Los Angeles too. There's been others. Yeah.
Well, I saved Los Angeles. The top law enforcement officer, right at the beginning of my time when they were having riots, before me and it carried into me. If I didn't go in there with the National Guard, with troops, you wouldn't have the Olympics, which I got. I got the Olympics. You wouldn't have the Olympics in Los Angeles. And he said, without the president sending in the troops, we would have lost Los Angeles. Yeah. And you know what? I saved Los Angeles. And we will do it again if we have to. And by the way, we're going to have a very safe Olympics and we're going to have a very safe World Cup.
Speaking of Minneapolis, after the shooting of Renee Good, you said ICE made some mistakes. What were the mistakes?
Well, look, I'm not happy with the two incidents. It's not, it's both of them, not one or the other. He was not an angel and she was not an angel. You look at some tapes from back, but still, I'm not happy with what happened there. Nobody could be happy and ICE wasn't happy either. But I'm going to always be with our great people of law enforcement, ICE, police. We have to back them. If we don't back them, we don't have a country. If we don't back them, you're going to end up, look, Washington, D.C. was a very unsafe place to be. You couldn't walk to the White House. You couldn't walk to a restaurant. Restaurants were closing. I inherited not only a mess with the country, I inherited a horrible, very dangerous capital. Do you know Washington, D.C. is now an extremely safe place? You see what happened. You're here a lot.
When you mentioned Renee
Good,
let
me ask you, Tom,
yeah.
You're here a lot.
Yeah.
Would you have walked down the street a year and a half ago with your family? No. But today you can, and nothing's going to happen.
You mentioned Renee Good and Alex Peretti not being angels. Do you think any of that justified what happened to them, though?
No, I don't. It should have not happened. It was a very sad, to me, it was a very sad incident, two incidents. And, they mention the one now, they don't mention the other. Well, I think they were both sad. And, who feels worse about it than anybody? The people of ICE. They're strong, tough people. And they have to be tough because we're dealing with hardened criminals. Right. We're dealing with people, jails have been emptied into our country from all over the world, from Venezuela, where we had great success, you will admit, but from Venezuela, from the Congo and Africa, from all over the world. Jails, the jail population was emptied into our country. If we don't have strong people, you're not getting them out. Yeah. And we're getting them out. Remember this again, I say it again and again. We have record low crime in the United States. Nobody's been able to say that for 125 years.
So I want to be clear because it sounds like there is a shift in immigration enforcement here, that there's going to be a shift after Minneapolis. What should Americans expect going forward?
Well, one thing I say to my people, we do a good job. We don't get credit for it. I say they have to ask and they have to say, please. When a city is
who has to ask and who has to say please?
The mayor or the governor. I don't want to go and force ourselves into a city, even if their numbers are terrible. Like, for instance, I got a call from Jeff Landry, governor of Louisiana. He said, we have a big problem. Could you go in and help us with with, well, let's see, certain sections. I mean, to be honest with you, certain sections of the state, beyond their famous, beautiful city, certain sections of the state. We have done, not only in New Orleans, we've done a really great job in Louisiana, but I was called. I want to be called. Chicago, we could solve the Chicago crime.
Well, on that question, which cities are you headed to next?
We have 5 cities that we're looking at very strongly, but we want to be invited. We will sometimes call the governors. And
Are
say,
they cities like Chicago, Philadelphia? Are these the cities?
We could straighten out the crime in Chicago. We've already brought it down 25% just by being there. We could have Chicago be a safe city, just like DC is a safe city, just like all of these places that we've gone to. And I look forward. You know, I didn't campaign on that. I campaigned on law and order, but I didn't think I'd be going into individual cities and making them safe.
Anything else you can tell us about the 5 cities? The 5 cities, anything else? So Americans are ready?
We'll be announcing them very quickly, but we could do something. As an example, I was called by people. San Francisco said, please, we have a Democrat mayor. He's trying very hard. Would you, friends of mine that live there, it's got crime problems. Would you let him do the job and not come in? Let's see how it works. I said, look, I can do it much quicker, much faster. Don't forget, we remove criminals. We took over 2,000 hardcore criminals out of Washington, D.C. If we didn't do that, 2% of the people create 90% of the crime. Think of that, 2%. So you have a criminal, because it's over and over again, 2% create 90% of the crime. We took out 2,000 people, more than 2,000 people out of Washington, D.C., and we now have a safe city.
You, as I mentioned, you've had success on immigration. Illegal border crossings are at historic lows, right?
You know, it's so nice that you said that.
But if you look
No,
at the...
Tom, what you just said.
It's true.
No, but it's so nice. I hope you air it. It's so nice what you said, because that's called good reporting. That's called fair reporting. Now give me the second part.
Now let me give you the second part of the question. But if you look at the polls, most Americans say they don't like how you've handled immigration, right? Especially what's happened in Minneapolis. How do you change their minds?
Well, I don't believe the polls, for one thing, because how can you not I saw a poll in the border where I'm at 55%, okay?
The polls show that Americans aren't against the deportations. It's the handling of immigration.
You know, polls, it depends on the way you ask the question. I saw a poll on the border, I'm at 55%. Well, how can I only be at 55% when everybody agrees that the border is totally, beautifully closed and nobody's coming in unless they come in legally, et cetera. It couldn't be better. I should be at 100%. I don't believe the polls. And some polls, I mean, I could show you polls where I'm polling at 69% popularity, and some polls where I have one at
we lost the White House to share that with us. Yeah.
71%. And then I have polls where I'm at 44% and 42%. The polls are almost dishonest, almost as dishonest as some of the reporters themselves.
Yeah.
But I'm getting very good polls. I'm getting very good polls on crime prevention, on law and order, and on the border. I have to. And I'm starting to get great polls on the economy, which I think is
the polls on the economy they're not great.
They should be great.
They should be. So why aren't they? If you believe that,
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, look, I've got
Americans tell us, we hear this. I mean, we're going to get into the economy later, but I mean, they tell us they don't feel it.
Yeah. I have $18 trillion being invested into the country. Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years, and the whole country was going to credit. You know,
when does America feel it?
You know that if they won that election, and we won in a landslide, you know, if they won that election, this country I think it was finished. I actually think it was finished. You would have had people, instead of 18 coming in, 18 trillion, you would have had $10 trillion leaving. I think our country, I think we would have been Venezuela on steroids.
I have a question about immigration still looking forward now. Your goal during the election was to deport everyone who came here illegally under President Biden. Is your mission now to deport everyone who came in illegally, or just people who have come in illegally who have also committed additional crimes?
We are totally focused on criminals, really bad criminals. Now, you could say people that came in illegally are criminals, but I'm talking about murderers from different countries. We have 11,888 murderers that Biden and his group led into our country. We've captured a lot of them. We've brought some of them back. A lot of them we don't want to bring back because we don't trust the country that they're not sent back again. Despite how strong the borders are, they'll figure a way to try and get in. and we don't want to, and we'll incarcerate them. But 11,888 murders.
Yeah.
We are after those people. We're after the drug dealers.
Right.
We are after, by the way, a big problem. They allowed to come into our country people from their mental institutions, people from insane asylums that are mentally ill and very dangerous. We're getting them out.
Joe Rogan was one of your biggest endorsers in 2024. He said he understands the the president's sort of plan to deport people here who are here illegally, but he also understands why critics compare ICE officers to the Gestapo asking people for their papers. What's your response to him?
Well, look, first of all, he's a great guy. We had a tremendous success before the election. I think it was his biggest interview ever, and over 300 million people. It was very good. She didn't want to do it. You know, she decided not to do it because she's not capable. But I spoke to him 3 days ago. We had a great conversation, and all I'm doing, I have to keep.
Did he mention this to you? Did you guys talk about this? The ICE enforcement?
Yeah. Just had a good conversation. I think he's a great guy, and I think he likes me too.
Yeah.
And, you know, liking me isn't important. What happens is that I think we do a phenomenal job, but I don't think we're good at public relations.
What does that mean? You've said that a couple times now. What do you mean by that?
We don't sell the great job that we're doing. Look, we have the safest
Is that
country.
your staff, or those your staff?
Excuse me, people from your persuasion, somewhat left, to a job on numbers. It just came out that in 125 years, we have the safest country, the best crime numbers since the year 1900.
That's a stat. Yeah, we know
That
it's
was
true.
way before my father was born.
Right.
Think of that. And yet, then you talk about crime, or you talk about this, or you talk about that, and the poll numbers aren't that good. People, we don't do a good public relations job. That's why I'm doing the interview with you today.
We appreciate
I'm trying
it.
to help my people, you know, PR, public relations.
Speaking of your people, you're never afraid to shake up your team. You've said that you're okay with shaking up your team. Do you still believe in Kristi Noem to deliver on your vision of immigration?
Look, she was in charge of the border. The border's closed. I mean, everybody gives me A+ on the border. The border was a disaster. People were pouring into our country.
But what about the
They don't even
enforcement?
try and come up now. You know the beautiful thing? The caravans. I think I came up with that name. Thousands of people, 25, 30,000 people in a group. You know who sent them? Their countries. They sent the people that they didn't want. Not only criminals, people that didn't want to work hard, etc. They know who it is. They sent them into our country. We have nobody coming in anymore. We have very good. You just asked me, Kristi, we have the best crime numbers that we've had in 125 years. I think she's doing a very good job. Again, public relations. She's not getting credit for the job that she does.
Let's move to the economy now.
And excuse me, what is sad though, and it is, we had the two primary incidents in Minnesota. So,
and you shook up leadership there. You brought Tom Homan in.
Yeah, I did. And Tom is great. Tom is a superstar. But you do thousands of arrests. You arrest thousands of rapists. You arrest thousands of the worst people. You arrest the drug dealers. I mean, we had drug kingpins. We had murderers. Thousands. No incident. We bring them back to their country. Two people. It's bad. I hate it. I hate even talking about it. Two people out of tens of thousands, okay? And you get bad publicity. Nobody talks about all of the murderers that were taken out of our country. They don't talk about...
but it was two Americans.
They don't talk
who died,
about,
you
we
know?
have the smallest trucks. As an example, we've been very tough on the waters, and soon, you know, pretty much overall. But if you look at the waters where we knock out boats, each boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. We're doing a job like nobody's ever seen before. I just got off the phone with President Xi, and he is amazed at how well the United States is doing. He said he's never seen anything like it.
You brought the conversation, Mr. President, so let me ask you, what did you talk about with the leader of China?
About a lot of topics. We talked
What's
about
the most important topic? Is it chips? Is it the wars in Ukraine? What is going
I
on?
would say the economy, the relationship that we have with China. I'm going to be going there in April. Then he's coming here toward the end of the year.
Coming to the White House?
He's coming to the White House, toward the end of the year. We have a very good relationship. And, you know, it's important that I have a good relationship, and for him that he has a good relationship with me. We have to have a good... These are the two most powerful countries in the world, and We have a very good relationship.
You talk about
We
tariffs?
spoke for
Does
an
he,
hour.
does he ask you about the tariffs? Is he saying this
Well,
is
they're
hurting
paying
us?
a lot of tariffs, as you know. China's paying a lot of tariffs. In the past, they didn't. I'm the one that put tariffs on China. I put tariffs on a lot of tariffs, or just so you understand, making our country rich. Our country has taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, really trillions, because the threat of tariffs is getting all of these countries to lose to us. And by the way, they've been doing it to us for 40 years. And now, but I'm doing it very judiciously, very fairly. But tariffs are bringing in tremendous amounts of money. I just gave $12 billion to our farmers because they were mistreated by certain countries. Tariff money. We're taking in hundreds of billions.
No, and I want to ask you about that. I want to get into that. Talking about the economy, you've brought a lot of prices down, as we said. Some are still stubborn.
Very few.
But when you, very few. I get it. Yeah. When you talk to Americans, though, do you have to get them to understand that the prices are not going to come back down to your first term because we had a pandemic and we had record inflation? Are people's expectations too high, or is it just too expensive to live in America?
I just, again, don't think we're selling it properly. We've done a great job.
But it's expensive out there.
You saw gasoline this last week at $1.99 a gallon. It used to be, it was $4.50, $5 a gallon. $1.99 a gallon gasoline. I think we've really bring it. I mean, I don't expect them to be much higher. Now, there's a natural inflation.
But they're never going to go down to that first term.
I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. It was through the roof. Now, you will say it wasn't in history, it was 48 years. You know, there's a theory that was, I say it was the worst, but whether it's 48 years, I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country, and now we have almost no inflation. Think of it. You know what it was for the last 3 months? 1.2%. You know what it was under Biden? You can't count that high. I inherited the worst inflation. I inherited the worst crime. I inherited high prices. So when I inherited
inflation is down 2.7 right now, but it is down.
No. For the last three, don't forget, I've inherited this mess. For the last 3 months, it's at 1.2%. You know that?
Yeah. For the last,
last 3 months.
You floated the idea of $2,000 rebate checks for Americans from tariff revenue. Who's going to get that, and when is that going to happen?
We'd make it. I'm looking at it very seriously. I'm the only one can do it because I'm taking in hundreds of billions of dollars of money.
But you can promise some Americans will get those checks.
Oh yeah, sure. I can do that. I haven't made the commitment yet, but I may make the commitment.
So it's not.
Well, I just gave 1776 to the military. $1,776.
But you said all.
You know, it was 1775. They presented it to me because that's what we have in a budget that I created because I want to take care of our military. Nobody takes care of the military like I do. So $1,775. And I said, wait a minute, if you had $1, it's 1776. You know, that's quite a famous date.
Yeah, of course.
So anyway, so I gave 1,776 to our military, and they are very thankful.
Let's get to the Fed.
And now I may be doing that with regard to the entire population.
Okay. Let's get to the Fed. Is there any doubt in your mind that interest rates are going to be lowered?
Not much.
Why? How can you say that?
I just think they're going to be lowered. I mean, they should.
Is your new Fed pick on board with that?
We're way high. Okay, we're way high in interest. We have now, with me and with all the money, I've always been good at money. And with all the money coming into our country, we're a rich country again. We have debt, but we also have growth. And the growth will soon make the debt look very small. Because it's the greatest way, you have two ways. You can cut, and we do that anyway, and we did that. You know, we got rid of hundreds of thousands of federal workers. And those workers went out and got themselves jobs in the free enterprise system. And you know what? That's called making America great again. We had 10 workers in the federal government for every single job. When the Democrats go in, they hire. I could right now give you the best employment numbers in history. You know what I do? Go out and hire 2 million people, put them in the federal government.
Does your new Fed
I
pick,
do the opposite.
Does your new Fed pick understand that you want him to lower interest rates?
Oh, I think he does, but I think he wants to anyway. I mean, if he came in and said, I want to raise them,
if he said that, you wouldn't have gotten the job.
He would not have gotten the job, no. If I thought he was a interest rate, now there'll be times if I see inflation on the horizon, but we don't have that. We have low inflation. Remember, 1.2% inflation in the last 3 months. We have low inflation, and we have tremendous growth. You haven't had these numbers like this. We have, think of it, low inflation, great growth. All I have to do is one thing, easy, get down the interest rates.
Do you think the Fed chair answers to you or is an independent body?
Well, I mean, in theory, it's an independent body, but I think, I'm a smart guy. I know the economy better than almost everybody.
So he answers to you.
They did that prediction chart a year ago, and they had 71 great economists and me making the predictions. And, only two people were right, me and one other guy who is a very smart professor from a certain school that I went to.
Yeah.
Very good school.
Yeah.
And the two of us were right. Everybody else was wrong.
There's been bipartisan suggestions that the criminal investigation to the current Fed chair, Jerome Powell, is payback, right? For not lowering interest rates, but also for when he was in that sort of news conference with you with the hard hats and he was shaking his head and showing you the papers and disagreeing with you in public. Is that why he's under criminal investigation?
He was very respectful to me. He wasn't he was explaining to me.
Yeah.
I'm asking him, why are you spending almost $4 billion on a very small little complex of buildings? It's the highest price per square foot. He's renovating buildings for $3 to $4 billion. And this Fed chair that I have I think is going to be great. He might not have a home because this guy has spent so much money. And I looked, it's a see-through. There's nothing inside. They are spending money. He's in charge of the project. This is the Federal Reserve building I'm talking about. It's a very small little, it's actually a couple of little, but they're spending more money than any building ever built in history per square foot.
Some Republican senators say they're not going to approve him unless you drop that investigation.
A lot of people say a lot of things.
You don't think that's true? You think,
I don't know.
is it worth it to drop the investigation to get your Fed chair through?
I think the investigation is the investigation. It's being handled by Pam and Janine and the people. They'll make their own decision on it.
Let's talk about AI. Have you ever used?
But I do say this about you can't let a man spend billions of dollars doing a bill. I would have done that job for $25 million, and it would have been done much better.
Right.
They're spending billions of dollars on a renovation of a little complex.
Let's talk about AI. Have you ever used ChatGPT or Claude?
I haven't really, but I know all about it. Let me just talk about AI.
Yeah.
AI is a big deal. AI is going to be maybe the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, bigger than anything else. We are leading China by a lot. We are leading everybody by a lot. They're all building their factories here. And you know what I did for the electric? Because they need twice the electric as we currently produce for the whole country, which is crazy. Nobody can do that. But so what I did is I came up with a concept. Each building that is built is going to generate their own electricity. They're going to build their own electric plant. We are building numbers of AI. And by the way, also auto plants, everything. We're building everything. But do you know, I just left Michigan. I was with Ford. They were going to close this building that was built in the early 1900s, one of the biggest factories. They were going to close it. It was scheduled to close prior to my election. After I won the election, they said, let's try keeping it open. They just went to 3 shifts. It's 24 hours a day. And the head of Ford, Mr. Ford, said it's the most incredible auto comeback I've ever seen.
Mr. President, let me ask you, there's no doubt you are the president who's ushering in the AI revolution, but this is happening on your watch. If AI affects humanity in a negative way, is that on you? Because some of these CEOs of AI companies say, we need guardrails. This could get out of control. Does that worry you?
Everything's on me as president. Everything's on me. I can say this, it'll be the greatest jobs producer. It'll be the greatest military producer. It'll be the greatest medical producer. There'll be tremendous good. And there'll be probably some bad too.
Well, it's killing a lot of jobs. And what do you say to Americans who are going to lose their jobs to AI?
It's going to create a lot of jobs.
But right now it's taking jobs in a lot of ways. It's taking jobs from companies like Amazon. What would you say to those Americans?
But it hasn't really started. These major plants haven't even been built. What you're going to
but Mr. President, AI has already started to take jobs because the technology is there.
So we have, it's just announced, more jobs right now occupied in the United States of America than at any time during its existence, 250 years. There are more people working today than at any time in the history of our country. Pretty good stat.
That
kills that question.
Yeah, we have to look it up. You are
That's a good answer. That kills that question.
Mr. President, there's widespread concern that AI is going to wipe out a lot of jobs, manufacturing jobs.
They said the internet was going to do everything. Was going to do. Robots are going to kill jobs. Everything's going to kill jobs, and you end up, if you're smart, doing great.
Okay, you are close with the Ellisons, who are trying to stop a merger between Warner Brothers, Discovery, and Netflix. This deal could change the makeup of the media as we know it. Are you personally going to get involved in that deal?
I haven't been involved. I must say, I guess I'm considered to be a very strong president. I've been called by both sides. It's the two sides. But I've decided I shouldn't be involved. The Justice Department will handle it.
Okay. In what way? Just looking at it to see if it's
They're
regular?
going to make a decision. I mean, there's a theory that one of the companies is too big and it shouldn't be allowed to do it. And the other company is saying something else about, they're knocking the
But
hell
you're
out
not going to interfere, even though
They're
you're close
beating
with
the
the
hell out of
Ellisons.
each other, and there'll be a winner.
Okay, let's talk about the midterms. You've recently suggested nationalizing elections. What do you mean by that?
And I didn't say national, I said there are some areas in our country that are extremely corrupt. They have very corrupt elections. Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at Philadelphia. Take a look at Atlanta. There are some areas that are unbelievably corrupt. I could give you plenty more too. I say that we cannot have corrupt elections. If we have to, if they don't straighten it out. As an example, voter ID. Why don't the Democrats want voter ID? You know who does want voter ID? Democrat voters want it, but Democrat politicians don't. Why don't they want it? Because they want to cheat on elections. Can you imagine if I were a politician and they asked me, do you want voter identification? And I said, no, there's no way you could win that debate.
But even
the Democrats don't want voter ID. If they don't want voter ID, that means they want to cheat. We can't allow cheating in elections. Now, if we need to put in federal controls as opposed to state controls, remember this, they're really an agent. They're really accumulating the votes for who wins an election. If they can't do it honestly and it can't be done properly and timely, then something else has to happen.
Will you trust the results of the midterms if Republicans lose control of Congress?
I will, if the elections are honest. Look, I want the last one that wants to complain. I just had a great election. They say one of the greatest elections, you will agree, ever. Won all 7 swing states, won 84% of the counties in America. That's why the map is all red. We just had a great election. I believe there was cheating. I think there was cheating.
Well, speaking of counties, what are you doing in Fulton County?
Too big to rig.
Speaking of counties, what is happening in Fulton County?
I'm not doing anything, but the FBI went in because it's been under I guess, review for years. The cheating that took place in Fulton County and in that particular
Nobody knows what's in the warrant. What are they looking for?
Find out. Look, why would anybody be upset that they went in and they got the ballots? I guess, right? Yeah. Again, they did this. That's been under review and under investigation for 4 years. And now they got a court order. They got a court order signed by
but nobody knows what the evidence is.
But liberal judge signed a court order allowing them to go and pick them up. Well, you're going to know what the ballots say because they're right now inspecting the ballot. I'm not involved in it, but they are inspecting and checking the ballot.
Why is Tulsi Gabbard there?
I don't know, but a lot of the cheating comes from it's international cheating. You have people, they say, from China.
You put this on Truth Social.
Do you think China tries to influence our election?
We know that foreign governments try to influence a lot of things in this country.
Therefore, she's she's foreign governments.
But she's tweeted out some theories about Italians and satellites. I mean, do you believe that stuff?
No, I didn't cheat. I sometimes will read truth.
Yeah,
I'll read truth. Okay. But let me ask you this. If China or any of these countries are involved in our elections, that would bring her into it. And everybody knows that Russia, they talked about Russia, it turned out to be a hoax. It was Hunter Biden. It wasn't Russia. Look, we have to have honest elections.
Yeah.
There should be nothing wrong with the fact that they went in, got ballots from a while ago, and they're going to look at them. And now they're going to find out the true winner of that state.
Yeah.
And you know what? If there was cheating, which there was, but if there was cheating, it should be found because we can't let it happen again.
Mr. President, I have a few more important questions for you. That's okay with you. Yeah?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, they've all been important.
Let's go to, there's a new lawsuit by you and your family that you're suing the IRS for $10.5 billion for leaking your tax documents. Yeah. Is this a good use of taxpayer money?
you can't leak documents. And any money that I win, I'll give it to charity, 100% to charity. Charities that will be approved by government or whatever. I have another lawsuit with the United States. I sued because they broke into Mar-a-Lago.
But that's taxpayer money. It's going to get taken out of the system. I know it's going to charity, you're going to say.
And I've won that case. I mean, they broke in, the FBI illegally, Biden and his group. It wasn't Biden. He didn't know what he was doing. It was a group of very smart radical left people. They're very smart. They've lost their way.
Right.
And they broke into Mar-a-Lago. They broke into my home. They went through
they had warrants.
My wife's drawers.
Yeah.
They went through, that's a double meaning. They went through Barron's, my son's, everything. They went through the whole house. Hundreds of people. They went in with guns. They went in, guns.
How would
would have been ablazing.
Yeah. How would this work?
Wait. I brought a lawsuit. Essentially, the lawsuit's been won. I guess I won a lot of money.
How would this work, though? Scott Bessent's the head of the IRS. Pam Bondi's the head of the Justice Department. They're going to defend the IRS against you. You're their boss.
Well, there's never been anything like it, in all fairness.
So are you going to tell them to pay you?
Don't forget, I sued as a private citizen because I sued between terms. I won 3 times. I won 3 times, but I didn't assume, unfortunately for this country, I didn't assume office the second time. But here's the story. I sued because they broke into Mar-a-Lago. That was before I became president. Now it goes along, and it turned out that the suit is a very strong suit.
You're going to tell them to pay you, though? Because you're the boss.
Well, what I would do, tell them to pay me, but I'll give 100% of the money to charity. I don't want any of the money.
You take it out of the system. A couple more questions here.
No, I'm putting it back into the system.
Yeah.
If I give money to American Cancer Society, I will give 100% of the money away to charity. I don't want any of it.
$30 trillion debt, and we're going to take $10 billion out of the system?
Well, I mean, you give it away anyway. They give away a lot of money.
Your endorsement
I'll
is
tell you what, speaking about that, Minnesota and these other states, we have massive investigations going into fraud.
Yeah.
Do you know, if we captured 50% of the fraud of this country right now, we would have better than a balanced budget. And you got to mention that Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud that we know about.
Your endorsement is the most important thing in the Republican primary.
No, in any primary.
Will you endorse in the 2028 presidential primary?
I hadn't even thought of it, but probably, yeah. I mean, I'd be inclined to. I have great people. We have a great bench. We have a lot of people. But yeah, I think so.
You've suggested that J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio would be a tough ticket to beat. Who should be at the top of that ticket?
Well, I don't want to get into this. We have 3 years to go. I don't want to, I have 2 people that are doing a great job. I don't want to have an argument with, I don't want to use the word fight. It wouldn't be a fight. But look, JD is fantastic and Marco is fantastic.
How are they different? How are they different?
And I do think this, it's a great question. I think that's your most interesting question. Yeah. I would say one is slightly more diplomatic than the other. I think they're both of very high intelligence. I mean, they will do shows. They will do Joe Rogan as opposed to the opponent not doing it because they couldn't handle it. They will be able to do whatever they have to do. I think there's a difference in style. You can see the style yourself, but they're both very capable. I do think the combination of JD and Marco would be very hard to be beaten, I think. But you never know in politics, right? They say in the age of Trump, you never know.
Yeah. On January 21st, 2029, do you see any scenario where you are still president?
I don't know. It would be interesting. But wouldn't it be terrible if I agreed with, if I gave you the answer that you're looking for? It would make life so much less exciting, right? It would be so much less exciting. But I only do this for one reason. Make America great again. And that's what we're doing. We're making America great again, greater than ever before. Our country is greater than ever before. We're a rich nation. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs from nations that took advantage of us. They thought we were stupid. They thought we were fools. They laughed at us. People were laughing at us 1.5 years ago. They laughed at this country. They're not laughing anymore. They respect us. And I get along with them. They respect us.
Mr. President, I have pages and pages of questions, but they're telling me my time is up. I thank you for your time.
We'll do it again. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you.
That concludes the sit-down portion of our extended interview with the president. Right after this break, we'll show you our walk and talk in the Oval Office, where we discussed Iran, the Clintons, and the president's own health. Stay with us. We're back now with a special edition of Top Story following our exclusive sit-down interview with President Trump. We immediately continued the conversation where he showed me some of the Oval Office, but we also discussed important topics like Iran, Cuba, and his own health. Here's that conversation in its entirety.
This room had almost no pictures up.
Yeah.
And these pictures all came from the vaults.
Yeah.
And they're magnificent. I mean, I think they're magnificent and all, you know, first run, top of the line stuff, but mostly of presidents. We have a couple with Ben Franklin, but I think he qualifies, right? Ben Franklin's pretty good.
Is there any one you ever kind of hone in on where you're thinking deeply about anything, about an issue? Is there one you look at?
Maybe all of them. They're so different. George Washington, and you have Jefferson, and I took Ronald Reagan in. They made place of honor also. Did a great job. But Honest Abe Lincoln.
Who do you have up here? I mean, these are big ones
That's
here.
Ulysses S. Grant, George Washington. Here we have the famous, come on over here. Here we have Declaration of Independence. That's one of the three. This was in the vaults for many years, and I said, it's time to take it out of the vaults.
Do you think at one point people will talk about you when they talk about presidents like Washington and Lincoln? Is that something you think is going to happen?
All I know is this, it's such an honor, but all I know, I'm walking down, and everyone's screaming, goat, goat. I said, what are they talking about? I hope they're right. Not for me, but for the country. Because if I do a great job, that means the country is doing well.
You're building the new ballroom. We hear about this new arch you're building, the Garden of Heroes as well. You're building a lot of things that are going to cement your legacy. Are you also doing this so the country never forgets you?
No, I think we need glamour brought back to our country. We need prestige. We need beauty brought. I mean, in addition to everything else, we need strength. We need all of those things. Like I'm doing an arc, a triumphal, they call it a triumphal arc. 57 cities have arcs. We're the only major important city. Washington, D.C. should have maybe the first arc. We're doing one that will be more magnificent and larger than the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. I would say the Paris arc is probably the most
stunning.
It's incredible. We're going to do one that's going to top it.
Is it true it's going to be 250 feet to mark
It'll
the
be about that, yeah. It'll be a little bit taller than the one in Paris. It'll be a little bit larger than the one in Paris.
You're doing a lot of things for the 250th anniversary. What do you want Americans to feel this July 4th?
Strength, victory, security. You have a secure country. We've done so much militarily. We have a great military. I mean, you saw Venezuela. That was the people, the general that was in charge. He lived. He said he's never seen anything like it. They were all ready.
You talked about the weapon, the discombobulator. What is that?
Discombobulator. Well, I'm not allowed to talk about it. But
what does it do?
Let me just tell you, you know what it does? None of their equipment works. That's what it does. Everything was.
How does it?
It was my name. I'm very proud of the name. Everything was discombobulated. It was, you know, practically a shot wasn't. You know, they were ready.
Right.
And when we came,
I mean,
they couldn't do anything.
You saw this on the video. You could tell.
Tom, it discombobulated everything.
Nothing worked, even including humans.
Well, let's put it this way. We lost no equipment in a very strong, and they're good fighters, great fighters. In a very bad environment, it was a military base, the biggest in South America. In a very, because the house was in a base in South, in a very, very tough environment, we lost no men and we lost no equipment.
The discombobulator just knocked everything.
Well, it did something.
It did something. Did Delcy Rodriguez work with you guys before that raid?
I can't talk about that. I mean, I don't talk about.
Do you trust her?
Well, so far she's done a great job. I mean, so far she and all of the people that are working with her. Remember in Iraq, they got rid of everybody. They had no generals. They had no people. They had nobody to run the government. Turned out to be a mess. And that's where ISIS came from. You know, that's where ISIS came from. Came from the military and all the people. They formed ISIS. It was handled very badly, but this is handled very well.
Do you think the Cuban government will still be there? The current leadership will still be there by the end of your term?
Well, Cuba, now you're asking a different question. Cuba's in big trouble. Humanitarian aid is going to have to be sent there. They're in big trouble.
It's a disaster.
They got their money from Venezuela. They got their oil from Venezuela. They turned the oil into money, et cetera, and there's none of that happening anymore. They're in big trouble.
Do you think that government is still there, though? Do you think that government lasts?
I don't want to say that, but we are talking to Cuba.
You're talking to Cuba.
You know what? Look, we have tens of thousands of people that were forced out there here. They voted for me, 94% Cuban population, previous Cuban population. Now they're Cuban Americans. Maybe they go back. Maybe they want to go back. They're going to have that choice. But for years, they've been talking about this happening. Now it's happening. We are talking to Cuba. We want to open it up to those people that want to visit. Even, I think most people, when they hear they want to stay here, I hope that's true. I hope we're not going to lose them. But they're going to have options, and they're going to be able to go back, Tom, and see their loved ones, see their family, their friends.
Should the supreme leader in Iran be worried right now?
I would say he should be very worried, yeah. He should be. As you know, they're negotiating with us.
I know they are, but the protesters have said, where are the Americans? You promised them we would have their back. Do we still have their back?
Well, we've had their back, and look, that country's a mess right now because of us. We went in, we wiped out their nuclear.
So
if I didn't take out, we have peace in the Middle East.
Yeah.
If I didn't take out their nuclear, think of it. If we didn't take out that nuclear, we wouldn't have peace in the Middle East because the Arab countries could have never done that. They were very, very afraid of Iran. They're not afraid of Iran anymore. We wiped out those beautiful B-2 bombers, one's right over there, those beautiful little model. Those beautiful B-2 bombers went in and they hit their target, every single bomb, and obliterated it. And because of that, they were going to have a nuclear weapon within 1 month.
Yeah.
Within 1 month, they were going to have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
That was a big threat. That they're not going to have it anymore.
But if we obliterate it, what's the deal about? I mean, if there's no more, are they trying to restart the nuclear program?
Well, I heard that they are, and if they do, and I let them know, if they do, we're going to send them right back and do their job again.
So your understanding is they tried to restart it, and that's why you're threatening force?
They tried to go back to the site. They weren't even able to get near it. There was total obliteration. But they were thinking about starting a new site in a different part of the country. We found out about it. I said, you do that, we're going to do very bad things to you.
Yeah. Mr. President, the ballroom over here, I want you to show it to me, because the thing you said that stood out to me, it's going to be massive, but it's got a drone-proof ceiling and it's got bulletproof windows. What does that mean?
Bulletproof windows, because, well, we're in a different time. If somebody's up making a speech, we're going to have the inauguration there. We're going to probably have, I would say, definitely it's going to be large enough, but we have drone-proof ceilings.
What does that mean?
That means if a drone hits the ceiling, it bounces off. It doesn't blow up a building.
It's a fortress.
It's protection.
It's going to be a fortress.
Well, it's going to be very heavy steel.
Okay.
Very simple. It's heavy steel.
Because of that,
And by the way, the ballroom is so beautiful. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom of its kind, and it's very much in keeping with the White House.
You survived that assassination attempt that we all covered. It was terrible. 2 of them. Do you worry about your safety? I mean, when you think about the ball, you do?
I worry about it, but you have to put it out of your mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do your job.
You didn't think about it as much before. Now you think about it a lot.
Maybe it could be. I mean, you look statistically, I'm in a very dangerous job.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take a look at the walls, if you take a look, statistically, this is a much more dangerous job than being a race car driver or riding those Broncos. Those bulls are tough, right? But I wouldn't want to do that. But statistically, being president is the most dangerous job there is.
We first met 10 years ago when you were running the first time. How do you feel now as you approach 80?
I feel great. I mean, physically and mentally, I feel like I did 50 years ago. It's crazy. Now, there'll be a time when I won't be able to give you that answer, but that time hasn't come. I do. I think it's very important. I've done more physicals. I take physicals just to give the report out.
Yeah.
I take cognitive physicals. So I do a cognitive mind test, okay? And a lot of people wouldn't be able to do very well. Not easy. You get to those last questions. I've aced. I've done 3 of them. No other president has agreed to do them. I do them because I have no problem with it because I'm 100%. Now, there will be a time.
Still taking the aspirin? Still taking the aspirin?
I do. I take aspirin. And I don't want to change, I don't want to.
So you go against your doctor's orders. You do what you kind of feel.
I've been taking aspirin for 30 years. And I don't want to change it. So, they say, take the smaller one. I say, well, I want that blood to be nice and thin running through my heart.
If at any point your age impacts your job, who's going to tell you that? Or do you think you'll know yourself?
I think I'll know myself. Yeah. I think I'll know myself. I wouldn't do an interview with you as an example.
Yeah.
Did Biden do an interview before Super Bowl? I'm not sure. Maybe he did.
Last one, he didn't.
I mean, he wasn't capable of doing an interview. And that was things. Look, I know people that are 95 years old that are sharp as a tack. Biden was a bad thing for old people. He's the worst thing that ever happened to old people because he obviously didn't have it. And one of the things that's so depressing about the press is the press refused to report the obvious. And he did have very smart people around him, but they had a radical left culture, and they were very bad for this country. This country would not have survived 2 more years if one of them got elected.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to speak about the DOJ. I appreciate all your time and of your staff's time. They've been
We'll
very,
do
very
another one.
kind.
Yeah.
Should anybody else expect the DOJ to kind of come after them like you've come over after some of your political enemies?
You remember this time?
Yeah.
I was impeached twice, 2 fake impeachments, won both of them easily. Republicans stood by me 100%, but I won both of them.
Mm-hmm.
I was indicted 87 different times. And then you ask me that question.
Yeah.
So I think I'm extremely moderate, especially for what they did to me. They wanted to take me down. I said to somebody, do me a favor, add up the counts. If I lost, I won. But if I lost these cases, add up the counts and tell me how long would I have to serve in prison? You know what they came up with? 287 years. I said, I better win.
In your mind, that calculation means it's okay for the DOJ to go after your political enemies?
No, it isn't. And I could be involved. I'm the chief law enforcement officer of the United States. I could be involved, but I'm not. I don't choose to. But when they say to me, oh, you're going after people, I got indicted all of those times. It's 287 years in jail they were willing to put. They asked me a question yesterday at the press conference about Clinton because of the testimony. The Epstein thing, which turned out that I have nothing to do, and they did, about Epstein. And they said, do you think it's terrible, with the subpoenas and everything, and they're disobeying the subpoenas? And I actually said, it's a shame. You have an ex-president, and you have, the president's wife and Secretary of State. And I said, it's a shame. It is a shame.
NBC News broke the story today. I don't know if you saw it, that the Democrats are already saying, if you bring President Bill Clinton and he has to testify, we're bringing President Trump. What do you say to that?
I think they might say that, but they've already brought me. See, I've been brought. They had me indicted many, many times. Many, many times. They didn't do that to Clinton.
Do you think if the Democrats win in the midterms, at least one House of Congress, they're going to try to impeach you?
Well, I've done a great job as president. They say I've had the best first year of any president in history, and I think I have. If you look, I settled 8 wars, biggest tax cuts ever. Right now, we have more under construction with the factories, the car plant. They're all moving back into the country. They were stolen from us over a 40-year period. They're all coming back from Germany, from Canada, from Mexico, from Japan. I think I had the greatest first year that we've
But you think they may come after you again?
Well, they'll find something, like I did an interview with you, and because I did the interview, let's impeach him or something.
Anything out there that Americans are going to be surprised about that you're going? Yeah.
I'll tell you, they shouldn't do it. And that's one of the things. I didn't do it for that reason, but it bothers me that somebody's going after Bill Clinton. See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill Clinton.
What do you like about him?
I liked his behavior toward me. I thought he got me. He understood me. He was the one that said very famously that you don't want to run against Trump when there were 18 people. It was 18 people, including me, total. And he kept telling them, you don't want to run against Trump. Run against anyone. Don't run against Trump. And Hillary sort of laughed at him. He said, Hillary, you know it, and I know, don't run against Trump.
Yeah.
And they ran against Trump. It didn't work out too well, did it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank you for your time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a good time.
And we'll have even more of the interview coming up. On Sunday during the Super Bowl pregame show on NBC.
We're learning about an apparent deal between the DOJ and a group of Epstein survivors to protect the identities of the women the survivors named. That agreement seems to be falling apart. Remember, the DOJ had said back when this document drop happened Friday, right? We learned about it Monday, that they'd been working to fix missing redactions. After some survivors of Epstein's abuse said there were thousands of them, thousands of missing redactions in this drop of millions of files, basically. Well, now, an attorney for multiple survivors tells NBC News in a statement that while they had trusted the DOJ to fix redaction failures by noon today, that, quote, victim identities remain unredacted and publicly accessible. We are out to the Justice Department on this. We haven't yet heard back. Over at the White House, at an event with the First Lady and freed Israeli hostages, a rare moment with Melania Trump taking a couple questions from reporters, including one on Epstein's imprisoned accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. We are here celebrating the release and the life of those two incredible people. So let's honor that.
You see the First Lady there refocusing to the event at hand. Let me bring in Ryan Nobles, who's been covering all things Epstein with us as well. So you know that on Sunday night and Monday, we had reported on these immense frustrations from some survivors about missing redactions. Some attorneys said to a federal judge, hey, get the DOJ in here, like pull down the website, fix it. Then there was word last night into this morning that there was an agreement, some sort of an agreement that the DOJ would handle this, et cetera. And now tonight we're learning that there was this apparently noon deadline, according to this attorney, that was not met by the DOJ. All of it as there is an increasing, it seems, pressure from these, of course, survivors, perhaps from some lawmakers too, Ryan, to get this figured out.
Well, the first thing we shouldn't be surprised by is the Department of Justice missing a deadline when it relates to anything involving the Epstein.
And you say that not in the circuit, but because it's true, because they've
literally missed every single one.
But by the way, deadlines mandated by law.
Exactly. And even ones that aren't. I mean, deadlines that were set by themselves.
Right,
you know, they said over the summer that they were going to release all the files. You remember the influencers walking out with the binders that turned out to be nothing. And then they had a mandated law that was passed into law, signed by President Trump, that said it had to be done by December 19th. It took more than a month past that to get out everything that they claim. And this is just riddled with issues that the survivors are pointing out, that it's filled with their names, personal information, and in some cases, their names are not redacted, and the potential perpetrators' names
that's it. That's exactly
redacted.
Right. Like too many redactions for these these people who are accused of abuse.
Right. And so that's what's making the survivors so frustrated. The statement that we have from one of the attorneys says for 5 days, the Department of Justice has left the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein publicly exposed, named and personally identified on the government's own website, despite acknowledging that these disclosures were wrongful and agreeing to correct them immediately. It's going to be a while before the survivors get the justice that they're looking for, not just in terms of the people who committed these crimes, but just the basic protection that they have in the wake of
all of it. Is every day there's new pieces, it seems, of sort of fallout, or people that are named in these files, people connected in this network that Epstein had developed that are coming out and sort of publicly talking about this overseas. You've got everything happening in the UK with former Prince Andrews, we've talked about. Here at home, you've got Bill Gates now coming out publicly apologizing for his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, saying that all the stuff Epstein allegedly wrote about him in the latest batch of documents is not true. I want to show this series of emails from 2013 that Epstein sent to himself. Here they are. He appears to suggest that Bill Gates was having an affair, trying to get his hands on drugs. Gates is denying all of it. Watch.
Apparently, Jeffrey wrote an email to himself. That email was never sent. The email is, false. So I don't know what his thinking was there. It just reminds me, every minute I spent with him, I regret and I, apologize that I did that.
That's just a day after, as we reported, Bill Gates' ex-wife said the Epstein files brought up memories of what she calls painful times in her marriage.
Those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
We should note Bill Gates has never been accused by officials of wrongdoing related to Epstein, but all of this, Ryan, is members of the public are watching this, members of the media are watching this, members of Congress are watching this as well.
I wonder if people thought the Epstein files are going to come out, it's going to be neat and tidy, we're going to see everybody that's responsible for everything, and it'll get wrapped up in a tidy bow. That's not the way that this is going to play out. It's 3 million files. It's going to take time to go through them. Every day a new name comes out. Every day a new accusation comes out. And many of these men are going to be forced to answer questions about it. And I think Bill Gates is among them. There's a very good chance that he's hauled in front of Congress to answer questions.
Why do you say that?
Much like Bill Clinton is. Well, today, Robert Garcia, who's the ranking member on the Oversight Committee, was with a group of us, and this question about Bill Gates appearing before the committee was asked. Listen to what he said.
I'm not going to get ahead of further actions, but I've had conversations with Chairman Comer today on some additional folks we want to talk to, and so I think there'll be some announcements pretty soon.
Some announcements going forward. This was a question about Bill Gates. I wouldn't be surprised if a subpoena is coming his way very soon.
You're going to be busy on your beat, my friend. Thank you very much.
We thank you for watching.
Work with them, yes.
Mr. President, a few months ago, you had in your office here Peter Mandelson, the British ambassador. You were shaking hands with him over a trade deal. He's today been forced to resign from the House of Lords, the upper house of the British Parliament, over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. Just wondered if you had any reaction to that, since obviously he was...
I didn't know about it, but I really don't know too much about it. I know who he is. It's too bad. It's too bad. You know, speaking of Epstein, I will say this. A reporter named Wolf and Epstein conspired. This just came out yesterday in the millions of pages of documents, how crazy this is, conspired against me in order to fight like hell to make sure I lose the election. That's the only thing that was mentioned about me. Now, about Democrats, some really bad stuff, but about me, that Wolf, whoever Wolf is, he wrote a book, a couple of books, and Epstein conspired against me. Did you know that, Mr. Senator? Did you know that? They conspired against me, so I lose the election, or worse. So that takes care of Epstein as far as Trump is concerned. But you got a lot of Democrats out there that are very much involved with Epstein. But I'll be honest with you, you got to get back to running the country too. Millions and millions every week. You know, when Epstein was alive, nobody cared about him. When he's dead, they care about him. But it's really a Democrat problem. It's not a Republican, it's a Democrat problem. The only problem Republicans have is that we have to get back to, number one, running our country, and then number two, very importantly, letting the public know what a great job we're doing. We have the greatest economy in the history of the world. We have $18 trillion being spent. The record was $3 trillion many years ago, not by us, by another country. I won't say the country. Yeah, please.
Did you read those new files, Mr. President?
Have you been briefed on Savannah Guthrie's mom missing in Arizona?
I think it's terrible.
Would you commit to more federal agents like helping out on the search?
Sure, I would. I'm going to call her later on. I think it's a terrible thing. I always got along very good with Savannah. Very unusual situation, but we're going to find out. Yeah, what do you want?
On the Epstein files, you talked about Democrats who were in there. Elon Musk was also in there, and so was your Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and correspondence that he had with him. Did you read those new files that were published by the Department of Justice?
I have a lot of things I'm doing, a lot of things I'm doing. I don't know. You mentioned two names. I'm sure they're fine. Otherwise, it would have been major headlines.
A lot of women who are survivors of Epstein's are unhappy with those redactions that came out. Some of them, entire witness interviews are totally blacked out. Do you think that they should be more transparent?
The fact that they thought they released too much. I heard that, and you tell me something else. No, I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Really, now that nothing came out about me, other than it was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go ahead.
What would you say to the survivors who feel like
you are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. She's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile in your face. You know why? You know why you're not smiling? Because you're not telling the truth, and you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you.
Okay, go ahead.
Survivors of a sexual
You
abuse.
mentioned healthcare, and the bill that was just passed does not include your healthcare savings account. So this is a question for you and maybe for Mr. Speaker as
I'm
well.
so proud of the healthcare savings accounts because it's going to happen. And hopefully, instead of insurance, and I hope this happens, and I hope you guys can do it, let the insurance companies not do quite as well. You know, they're going up 15, 16, 17, 100%. Think of it.
Thank you, members, for taking time to be here today, and thank you, staff, for making this happen.
Work with them, yes.
Mr. President, a few months ago, you had in your office here Peter.
I learned that maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch, but you still have to be tough.
Given this increase in unprecedented collaboration, and as a result of the need for less law enforcement officers to do this work in a safer environment, I have announced effective immediately, we will draw down 700 people.
I was so curious about that last video that I don't even know what was gonna be played, but they started talking about Tom Homan, and I'm curious. Dr. Man, do you guys mind if I watch that? I don't know what that video is about, but anything about Tom Homan, I'm here for it. Hair Doc, what's your problem with damage? He's not bothering you. Oh, you guys, y'all, I want to creep in on that video. Can y'all handle one more? Or you want to just chat with me? I'm so sorry. I've been under the weather, you guys. Thank y'all for rocking out with me. Dr. Manhattan, I can't even think straight. I'm gonna peek in on that video, you guys. Be mad at me. Oh my goodness, Lionel, I have the C virus right now, so I'm not even gonna try to really, do too much tonight. Thank you, Lionel. Let me peek in. Let me see if my video is still up. And then we'll talk. We'll talk after Nova. We will talk. I'm on meds though. I must warn you. Mi amor, estás hermosa. Oh, gracias. Okay, I appreciate you. Okay, wait a minute. Let me share my video. Last one. I promise. I got you. But I'm curious to see what he's going to say about Tom Homan. Okay. I want to see. I haven't seen this one. Let me go on mute and put myself here. I'll be back.
Protests about the use of force by ICE agents and the fatal shootings by them of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. But there's a whole other set of tactics that immigration officials are using to track suspects and protesters. This growing surveillance arsenal includes facial detection apps and databases, cell phone trackers, and drones. For more on how this technology is being deployed on U.S. streets, we are joined by Joseph Cox of 404 Media. Joseph, thank you so much for being here. You have been covering all these different technologies that ICE agents are using and how they're able to scoop up information about people without them really knowing what they are doing. Let's talk about some of those technologies. One of them is called WebLock. Explain what that is, what it does.
Yeah, so WebLock allows ICE to track the location of mobile phones without a warrant, crucially. Now, this data is not coming from the telecoms. It is not coming from AT&T or Verizon or T-Mobile. It is most likely coming from the advertising ecosystem behind ordinary apps on your mobile phone. So WebLock allows ICE to draw a map around a particular neighborhood or a block or a general area, and then see the location of all of the phones in that particular place that the tool has data on. They could follow it from that location to somewhere where the phone stays overnight. Presumably, that's where the person is sleeping and maybe where they live. They can then follow it to their potential employer as well. And again, crucially, it allows ICE to do this without a court order, without a subpoena. They're just buying access to the data itself.
So if they knew my name or they knew that I was a particular person of interest, they can just scoop up that publicly available data, commercially available data, and then use it to track me.
They would most likely do it based on a location. So I do want to stress, we don't know exactly what ICE is using this for, but the tool has been marketed by the company that sells it to monitor things like the Black Lives Matter protests that we had several years ago. What ICE would probably do is draw a map, draw a circle around a particular location, see the phones there, and then if those people or devices are of particular interest, they would then follow those and then figure out who that person might be.
I see. Another one of these devices is called Paragon Solutions, which is a phone hacking tool. What does it do?
I mean, Paragon sells some of the most powerful surveillance technology that law enforcement and intelligence agencies are able to purchase. It allows ICE or any government customer to remotely break into most likely fully up-to-date mobile phones. Now, this is an exceptionally powerful capability. It would allow ICE to read signal messages, for example, messages which are usually encrypted, or all sorts of other data on the mobile phone as well.
It's really extraordinary that they would have that ability. Another one called Mobile Fortify is somewhat similar to what people might have seen at airports when they go to check in for their flights. What does that allow the government to do?
So Mobile Fortify is ICE's and now Customs and Border Protection's facial recognition app. An ICE officer can point their mobile phone at any person inside the United States. It will then query a database of hundreds of millions of images and other government databases as well to verify whether this person has been given a deportation order, whether they're a citizen, bring up other personal information as well. And we have seen both ICE and Customs and Border Protection using this tool on American streets, where instead of going up to somebody and asking for their passport or other identification document, perhaps they don't want to hand that over, the DHS officials will just use this app to scan their face. And crucially, ICE argues and believes you cannot opt out of this scanning. If ICE wishes to scan your face with Mobile Fortify, they believe that you must comply with that.
Is any of this legal? I mean, anyone with even a cursory knowledge of the Constitution knows there's a prohibition against unreasonable searches and seizures. I'm not a lawyer, but this certainly seems to fall right squarely in the middle of that.
I think that's a really interesting thing about a lot of these surveillance technologies is that it is a legal grey area, or if anything, ICE might actually be acting legally as well. When it comes to WebLock, the phone location data, they don't need a warrant because they're buying it from a commercial broker. They don't need to go to a court and get permission to do that. With the facial recognition stuff, Mobile Fortify, they don't need to do that either in their eyes because they already have all of that information. It is already querying all of these government databases. Now, with the mobile phone spyware, yes, hopefully ICE would get a warrant before deploying that. When the FBI has deployed hacking tools in the past, they have sought a warrant as well. But again, the exact contours and context at which ICE is actually using that technology is really unclear. So frankly, we don't know if they've obtained a warrant to use that.
How can people protect themselves from this? I mean, we're not trying to shield people from being able to escape criminal activity or repercussions for it. But if someone is legally protesting, is there anything that they can do to try to hold off some of these more invasive searches?
Yeah, I think that's the thing with Weblock, especially, is that it's quite an indiscriminate tool. This is not like it just includes the mobile phone data of criminal suspects. I would just say that people should probably be cautious and vigilant about the apps they install on their phone. If you install a video game, for example, and it asks for your location data, maybe take a minute and think, I don't know if that game really needs my location data, because ultimately you don't really know where that information is being transmitted to, and it could end up in the hands of any other number of companies or potentially ICE as well.
Joseph Cox of 404 Media, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Support journalism you trust. Support.
Okay, I'm good on that. I do prefer to hear from the politicians themselves or from the actual person speaking. I try my best to not play things that are, that can be interpreted. Is that for, okay, let me get to your comments. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. Let's talk. Isaiah, thank you for the scripture. Thank you, Claude. They need to make personal dramas. Not sure. You guys have any thoughts on what we just watched? So I didn't hear anybody from the left comment about Donald Trump pulling some of the agents back in Minnesota. What's happening in Minnesota is outrageous. And I was thinking about what happens if I go to Mexico. Can y'all hear me okay? If I go to Mexico and I just crash the party illegally, do you guys know the fines and what will happen to me if I go over there? Will I have any civil rights there? And I'm just wondering, how are these protests legal? Now, you guys will always hear me play. I show the Republican side, I show the Democrat side. Liberals, you got to fall in there somewhere. And I'll let you guys decide for yourselves. I'm not here to persuade you one way or the other. But protests are covered if PBS used to be neutral but leans towards the left. So it's left leaning. Okay. That just gives me something else to play for you guys when I'm trying to find commentary for the left. I try my best to represent both sides accurately and to present arguments on all sides, okay? You've been killing it for a minute. I've been trusting this channel lately. Smooth, I appreciate you. So you guys, I stand behind the Constitution. So protests are allowed to happen, but it's not legal to antagonize the ICE agents, okay? To interfere with their investigations, and to stop them from upholding the law. Whether you like Donald Trump or not, he is the commander-in-chief, and he was elected because the American people weren't going for the open border policy that the Biden administration was pushing, that Kamala was pushing. By the way, she is hinting at running for the presidential campaign 2028. She is. So we'll see if she runs. We'll see if she was. He's acting illegally. Which one? Who's acting illegally? If it depends on if you overstay a visa or undocumented. Smooth. Those are the things that they don't want to talk about. So I hear a lot of people. I'm looking at y'all comments from the bottom up. A lot of people will say, "Hey, that person was here legally." They don't talk about their expired visas or they overstayed their visit. They don't want to talk about that. Illegal immigration. You know that we can't even say that without being criticized. They want to be called undocumented workers. Illegal immigrants. Okay, let's call a thing a thing. If you enter this country illegally, you have committed a crime against the United States. I can't go to your country and decide that I'm going to stay there forever. And no one's going to protest for me. I won't be able to criticize their government or their president. I won't be able to do that. I'll end up in jail. And my family will probably have to pay a lot of money to get me out. Okay, especially if they look me up. They'll have to pay a lot. So, no, oh, shoot. What happened to my chat? Where'd y'all go? There you go. That's besides the point. Illegal immigrants have no rights. Claude, how did I that? He doesn't follow process and has gone against the Constitution multiple times. Do we want to talk about Obama and how many times he didn't follow the process? Because I didn't hear anybody complaining then. Don't mention he's a 34-count convicted felon felon and civilly liable for, he's not liable for any assault, Jumbolina. He's not liable for any assault. What are you talking about? Huh? And it's funny how you guys will say that's not the point when I make a point that you don't like. Everything is a point if it's related to the subject, not just what you pick and choose. Well, he's buying legal info that we all gave. Okay. No, you were talking about crossing the border into Mexico. Can't just cross into Mexico. You can't just cross. You can cross, but you can't stay. You can't decide to live there. Well, you know, my point is that every country has laws on how to enter the country. Okay, every country does. So why should the United States have open borders and open border policies? Do you know how many kids get trafficked into the United States? How many drugs come into the United States? So you can't have an open door policy and keep the American citizens safe. And even the citizens that come from other countries, how do you keep the children safe? A lot of them come under the guise of their parents, thinking that they're going to have a better lifestyle, and they get lost, and some of them we never see again. That's really tragic. Nowhere has open border policies. You're making my point, Jibbalina. No one has open border policy, so why should the United States have an open border policy? Hey, Vigo, I love when I see a friendly face. How you doing? Appreciate you. I'm heading out. Nova, have a good night. Appreciate you. AJ James says, this woman is 100% truth. Look at the stupid people that think they have a point, but don't. AJ James, they actually make my point when they're speaking. They actually make my point. Have a good night, Nova. And whether you guys agree with me or not, I appreciate the ones that are respectful about it because it's a conversation. Now, I speak the truth. Some of you don't like the truth. I don't sugarcoat it. I'd rather you hear from the politician's mouth. I let you hear from Donald Trump. And Donald Trump does a good job with these interviews. Okay? He does. He's very transparent. But I'll also show you guys what the left are saying, what they oppose, and hopefully they can come to an agreement. It sounds as if they're working this out in Minnesota to where they can come to a peaceful ending where nobody else has to lose their life. That's what we're all praying for. Donald Trump himself said the ICE agents they're not happy about Renee Good. I don't remember him. He's not happy about Preddy. It's not ever ideal for anybody to lose their life. But let the ICE agents do their job and stay out of the way. Stay out of the way. We have no business interfering in that. You want to protest? Go protest. Protest. Nobody's stopping you from protest. But protesting, but don't drive your car and accidentally, I'm going to say accidentally, give her the benefit of the doubt, may she rest in peace. Nick an ICE agent when it's already icy outside. Okay? The ICE agent has already had an interaction with the car, the vehicle. Now, one thing I can say I do agree with, I asked you guys in the chat, are body cams for the ICE agents? Sure. Police officers are supposed to use them. Okay? Sure. Obstruction is no way to protest. You guys heard enough from me. Let me see what you have to say. Exactly. Not we the people and others. ICE has no business unaliving civilians. ICE has a job to do, and I suggest people get out of the way. That's what I'm gonna say. Stay out of the way. She was obstructing Jimbolina, but I'm going. How you doing, Cream? Camilla, I see you. Do I agree with people lose their life? No, I'm not gonna say that. Even though I'm Republican, I'm not gonna say that. Did you have? Go take care of your health. You're so lucky I don't have a moderator in the chat, lovely, that could take care of you. Don't wish bad luck on my. Don't wish bad on my health. I have to get you up out of here. Okay. Goodbye. Oh shoot! I just zapped the wrong person. Some of you, that's how ignorant some of you are. Let's get you on out of here. So anyway, I'm not gonna debate whether you guys think it's order or not. That's not what I'm here to do, because you're going to, however you vote. Let's call it a thing. If you're a Democrat, you're going to more than likely say that the ICE agents were wrong. So I'm not about to argue with you about that, okay? We saw the videos. I played the videos. I'm not about to do that with you. You think the way that you think. I'm not trying to change you at all. That's why I just show you guys the videos yourself. I show you different angles. I show you both sides. You guys decide for yourself. Mask, you got him, Uncle Carl? Okay. Mask off. Yeah, you can take him on out of here. Don't wish harm on you because you can't control your emotions. I am alive and well. I am very healthy. Okay? Are you okay? And that's what I mean. Some of you have no point. So what do you like to do? Point your finger at the political right. Say that they're all stupid and they don't know what they're talking about. Okay? I think that you would do better if you could use your words. All right? That's what I tell my son. He's 13. Use your words. Speak. Because when you go to insults, that means you really have nothing to complain about, or else you'll put your argument in the chat instead of saying, "Oh, you're stupid. Oh my goodness, you don't look healthy." Nobody cares about all that. And actually, we're laughing at you when you present your arguments like that. Now, I let you guys say a lot in the chat. I'm not about to censor you. I don't believe my mods will censor you. But are you guys okay? What's good, Jose? What's good with you? Justice for good and pretty. Now, speaking Jabalina, who's putting a lot of stuff in the chat, Renee Good's family spoke at, I guess, this hearing or something like that. It was 3 hours. I couldn't play it all for you. But I feel bad for anybody that lost their life and the family. I do. Now, I have to say, though, you guys, don't put yourself in harm's way. Go home. Trump ordered Charlie Kirk's assassination. Erica Kirk that's fake news. Claude, are you in the chat? Can you remove that comment? Don't put fake news in my chat. Trump didn't order a damn thing. So that's what I'm talking about. You guys really have nothing to complain about, and you want to put a bunch of lies in the chat. Are you okay? We see who's on trial. Speaking of the trial with Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, are they seeking a death penalty? From what I know, for Luigi Mangione, they took the death penalty off the table. You guys know who Luigi Mangione is, right? Oh, well, he gets to live. But for Tyler Robinson, the guy who allegedly took out Charlie Kirk, I have to say alleged. Everybody's entitled to due process. But hey, Chef, my friend. You see I'm getting beat up in the chat. I think the death penalty is still on the table. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you guys, y'all want to talk about my health. You got to go. You got to go. I got time to entertain you. Go somewhere that will coddle you. Trump did indeed order Charlie Kirk's. Oh, that's not true, DJ Adams. Source up. Where did you get that? Did you speak to Donald Trump yourself? Or do you just feel like, you know what, DJ Adams, I have to ignore you? Donald Trump did no such thing. Charlie Kirk helped Donald Trump get elected and helped him win the young persons. Charlie Kirk helped the young people not only go to church, taught them about getting married, and he told them the truth about the Republican Party. I didn't agree with everything Charlie Kirk said, okay? I'd be dumb to agree with anybody 100%. I think for myself. But as a whole, Charlie Kirk was out there. He didn't deserve to die the way that he did. Nobody deserves to die for speaking the truth. That you guys have got to stop criticizing the right because we hurt your feelings, okay? Because that tells people like Tyler Robinson, allegedly, that it's okay to harm a Republican or somebody that says things like men are men and women are women and we don't want men to play in women's sports. We don't want that, okay? Can't keep crying foul like no, you don't get to just do whatever you want. We all know that Donald Trump had nothing to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. Now, what the political left like to say, I'm sorry, I missed some of y'all comments. Thank you, good guy. I'm sorry. I don't look at the chat a lot because, you know, there's a lot of comments coming at me, so I like to just speak and y'all can rock out the chat. Y'all do your thing. Because then I have to hear things like DJ Adams and stuff like that. So I don't want to do that. Not Trump. Not yeah. DJ Adams, hush, dude. Don't just stop. Don't make me mod my own chat because there's only so many times you're gonna put that in the chat about Donald Trump. I don't want to take you out of here, but I will. Yeah, you might want to go because I don't want to block you. But go. Thank you. Leave quickly. You're okay, DJ Adams, but you're putting false news in the chat. You don't have to go. I'm gonna just ignore your comments. How about that? When Charlie Kirk first lost his life, do you guys remember how the left said, oh, he was taken out by one of his own? Come to find out, the guy who is on trial for it was a liberal, more than likely. His parents were Republican. He got his feelings hurt. It had nothing to do with the Republican Party. You guys can't blame everything on the Republicans. You can't. Let the wind blow around. You guys gotta say, oh, it's the Republicans' fault. I just don't really understand it. Everything can't be the Republicans' fault. Okay? You need to do research. I just told you to fall back. Erica lost her kids. She still has her kids, DJ, but can you just sit there quietly? How you doing, Eds? Charlie Kirk is with Jesus. Okay, now you're banned from talking about my health. I give you one chance, y'all come back, so talk about my health. Are you some troll? Can you come up here and show me what you look like? I'm just trying to get my commentary. Trump is the best president. Stacy, listen, we should not be divided. Talk about politics. You know, the Republicans and Democrats sit at the same table. We saw that with the funeral. We see them, they sit at the same table. Okay? The Republican Party and the Democratic Party. I don't really speak about the other ones because there's going to be a Republican Democrat or there will be a Democratic Democrat. We're not going to see a liberal. We're not going to see that. All right? There's the two major parties. So I usually talk about just those two. I just lost the point that I was trying to make with that. Oh, there's nothing to be divided about because you are listening to the wrong stuff. DJ, we'll put something, show me a source of what you're talking about that Donald Trump, let me tell you something. That would be some breaking news. DJ Adams, if you could prove what you say, other than that, it's just your opinion. Divided we fall. Divided we fall, mouse cuts. Divided we fall. Yes, but Democrats trying to take down my country. It's nuts. Not only are they trying to take down my country, Stacey, they keep flagging my channel. So they're trying to take out the country and my channel. Why? Why? What happened to free speech? Free speech can't just be for the political left, okay? Charlie was a good dude. Charlie was a good dude. Charlie gave his life, and regardless of what people think about Charlie Kirk, he is now a martyr. He is a political martyr. He gave his life for a cause. Turning Point USA has become bigger than ever. Erica Kirk has gotten so much criticism. A lot of it because of Candace Owens. And I used to like Candace Owens. I don't understand all these conspiracies she's throwing out there. Some of the things that she's talking about as far as Tyler Robinson, okay, something to think about. But why the harsh criticism on Erica, who just lost her husband? I mean, they're going back, talking about her pageant days and her body and all of that. Why are women attacking women like that? I don't understand it. I'm a girl's girl, you know what I mean? I support women, but I don't like what Candace is doing. Candace, to me, if she was really friends with Charlie Kirk, which we see, Charlie Kirk considered her a friend. I do not believe that Charlie Kirk will like how she's scrutinizing Erica over every move that she makes and talking about Charlie Kirk wasn't Christian. He was also Jew. Candace is doing a lot. But I knew something was up with her when she pulled her support from Donald Trump. But hey, a lot of Republicans, you know, you got to do what you got to do. But this scrutiny, this criticizing Erica Kirk, I have to do a whole new live stream on that. So I won't even get into it tonight. Erica Kirk that's why I don't like her. Can you prove that, Rustaus, or are you just saying that? I will say that this thing goes higher than Tyler Robinson. I could believe that. I wonder if Charlie Kirk wasn't right enough. Stop being a bigot. How am I being a bigot? Erica Kirk is a prop. How is she being a prop? User is trolling. I can't see comments I can't see if my mods are removing comments. I hope they are, or timing them out for being disrespectful in the chat. Would you be allowed beyond the overall? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, you guys keep mentioning Trump in those files. I see that you're not mentioning Clinton in the files. You're not mentioning any Democrat that was in the file. You just, what about Trump? What about Clinton? What about the other ones? I'm like, there's so many names coming out in those files, and you guys are so one-sided that I don't understand. You guys think I just can't with you guys. I don't want to talk about the files with you guys until we can have an honest conversation about it. But I played videos on it, and I will continue to do that. I will continue. At the end of the day, Joey, what is your problem? What's your problem? At the end of the day, most things are common sense. Joe Biden didn't have any sense. We all know flat earth theory is fake, but there's an ice wall around the earth. Now we talk about the flat earth. I catch user as listed all the time. I catch user. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like we care most about the president of the United States being involved 1,000 times. Being involved, you guys, there's a lot of people are in the files, but it doesn't mean they had illegal interactions with the girls. Okay? And Donald Trump has said that a lot of times. What else? Don't forget to like the video, don't tap the screen. Help support the commentary. Okay. She is bad for Romania because she got caught. Who's bad for Romania? Read all the files. One of those mentions all how they're going to frame Donald Trump. That's just sad. That's just sad. They've been trying to get Donald Trump since he has been in office. You looking good this morning? Thank you. Erica Kirk. Oh, now, I'm not about to fight for Erica Kirk or speak on her. When I talk about Erica Kirk, keep in mind, I'm only talking about her losing her husband. I don't wish that on any family at all. Any man or woman that loses, any mom or dad, I don't like that. Okay, that's the only thing I'm speaking about. As far as anything else goes, not even touching it. Democrats have nothing on Donald Trump. It's hilarious to watch them cope. None of these people would have died if they would have just minded their own business. Now families got to mourn. That's what Benjamin said. YouTube channel through the eyes of talks about the true Erica Smirk. Wake up. Rest out. Okay, I'll have to look that up. If one of my mods could send that to me. I don't know, Claude. Can you send me what Rest I was talking about to look up? I'll look it up later. Not there, because I need to spend some time with it, bro. I can't say that. I can't just go accuse. That's a heavy charge. So I need to look that up. Okay. Yeah, I have to watch that American Super Halftime Show without America. Okay. Nobody's talking about Bill Gates being, and I just literally played that one. Nobody's talking about Bill Gates being in the files, how his wife has extremely did she distance herself from him, Claude? Did she? Can you remove the comments about the child trafficker just for algorithm purposes? Not because I'm upset about what they say, but because, name calling user Gates in the file made me sick what he did just to lie to his then wife. Girl, you need to get some sleep. You looking rough. I don't need sleep. I'm not a fashion channel. I don't make get ready with me blogs. Girl, okay. Obviously, she didn't get the memo. I live in the desert. I don't care what I look like. I don't care. But the women are oppressed. What you worried about what I look like for? Okay, you try. Not a fashion channel. Sorry for calling you an American user. I didn't get upset about that. What you talking about? Who's playing victim? You guys are being way too sensitive. Okay, that user. I kind of thought it was cute. Oh, thank you, bro. I appreciate you. You see how the women try it. I don't let that stuff get to me. They're just nasty. I'm not in competition with anyone. I am just MU. Are you married or single? Mercy. I'm just MU. I don't care about stuff like that. I'm not dressing up for you guys. I'm not doing any of that. Walter Peters, interesting. Trump is going to bankrupt America. Stop. Stop. Donald Trump. See, some of you, leverage, no disrespect. Some of you have no concept of what the president can do and what they can't do. Donald Trump, the last I checked, the president has nothing to do with the Federal Reserve. The president doesn't have control over the finances the way that people think that they do. That's another stream for another day. I won't even try to do that on a vertical stream. I'll do that on a horizontal stream. I don't want to break down what the government can do and what the government can't do. Okay? There is a process. There's a process, you guys. I don't do all that fear-mongering stuff. Oh, Donald Trump's going to do this. He's going to take away this. He's going to take away that. And yeah, we have all these benefits. We have all these benefits. No, stop it. Stop it. Some of you don't really understand financial language, and I'm not getting into it tonight. Their internet is nasty. I don't worry about people talking about what I look like. I get it every day. She's fat. She's dumb. I don't care. I have thick skin, you guys. But dang. The hell do you guys care what I look like or how I dress or any of that for? I don't care. I try to avoid those comments, but it is what it is. You have no Trump is trying to control the Federal Reserve. He can't try. Let me tell you guys this. Whatever you put in the chat, girl, you are thick. Whatever you put in the chat, I'm gonna tell you this. The country is divided, but it's not divided because Donald Trump is doing something wrong. It's divided because Donald Trump is trying to protect our country. Donald Trump put a hard stance on the border. So did Obama. And you guys are all for it, clapping. That's how I know there's something else at play here. Donald Trump uses Tom Homan. Obama used Tom Homan so much that he gave him a presidential award. Okay, he did. Only got applauded by the Democrats. So I know that there's something more at play. I'm not drinking Kool-Aid. I'm not doing what's against the American people. And I hate to say this, but I see your comments in my DMs. I'm not going to address you guys in my DMs. I will say this. Some of you are talking about the color of my skin. I thought you guys were tired of talking about race. Okay. I know you're gonna get into that tonight. I thought we were tired of talking about race. I support who is best for the country, which is why I vote the way that I do. Okay, I stand. I have conservative values. Donald Trump won the popular vote, which means that I was not alone in voting for Donald Trump. Most of America voted for Donald Trump, which is why he won all swing states and the electoral vote as well. We knew he was going to win the electoral vote, but I was actually shocked about the popular vote. I was. Okay? I live in a very liberal state, and a very, very liberal state, especially the city that I live in. Donald Trump won because Donald Trump spoke about what the American people wanted to hear. American people didn't want men playing in a darn Olympics. And they darn sure didn't want just anybody coming over here however they wanted to come. They didn't want that. They didn't want it. Why? It's not safe. It takes a huge toll on the American economy, medical care, all those things that we have to provide. And we cannot get those things from in any other country. I can't just go there and expect that country to take care of me. It's okay to come over here, seeking asylum, refuge, all of those things. There's a process, though, and you just do it the right way. Okay, that's all we ask. But again, Obama had the same argument. He had the same argument. He did. I don't know about the men and women's sports. I didn't hear him speak about that. But as far as immigration, he had tough immigration laws, you guys. That's why he hired a beast like Tom Homan. He did. I'm not looking at the chat because y'all probably cursing me out right now. But Donald Trump is doing what he has to do. Now, we talked about Maduro and the Venezuelan president. He's not the only one that wanted the Venezuelan president. So did Biden. Biden wanted him so much that he put $25 million on his head. Donald Trump's been talking about Maduro since his first term. He put 20 million. Biden came, said, I want 25 million. Go get me Maduro. Nobody did. So Donald Trump came with 50 million and said, hey, bring me the Venezuelan president. We have a Venezuelan president, and now he's got to stand trial for crimes against America. Okay, now We can't hear you. You guys can't hear me? What's good, Rodney? Rodney, hey. You guys can't hear me? I hate that you couldn't hear me because I said a lot right there. I said a lot. If can one of you tell me if y'all can hear me or not so I don't waste my time? If the Democrats would have done something good for 4 years, Americans, what you can hear me? Thank you for answering. Okay, thank you. If the Democrats would have done something good for 4 years, Americans would have voted for Kamala. Friday, boom. Not only that, speaking of the Democrats, I said this before, if Donald Trump would have had anything incriminating in those files, Biden, especially with Democrats being a majority in office at that time, they had control over Congress, they would have put out the Epstein files gladly, especially to stop him from winning the election. Okay, they would have put the Epstein files out. They wouldn't have had any pushback from it, but they chose not to. Instead, they use it to deflect as if Donald Trump has done something wrong, all to try to persuade the midterm elections. Okay, conservatives, get out there and vote. Get out there and vote. The midterms are going to be so important. I play more than Fox News. Thank you, Damage. Thank you. I appreciate you. Brainwashed. Well, Tony, you're still here, though. Everyone can hear you except me. I'm sorry. Maybe you need to refresh your screen. Again, demonstrating how little you know. If I know so little, you can say exactly what you disagree with me about. I know a lot. Oh, I gotta watch that documentary. Damage. Thank you for putting that in the chat about Garfield. I'm so interested in that. True story, Jesse. I'm gonna read this I'm gonna highlight this before I read it. I hope it's true story. Everyone needs to chill out. Crazy madness. Freedom of speech. BS. If we hate each other for speaking differently, we all are humans on this planet. Love, not hate. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you. I'm going to continue to pray for our country and that the Republicans win. I'm not going to lie. I pray that the Republicans win because we love this country so much. I'm not saying that the Democrats don't love this country. I feel that a lot of people are afraid, misguided, and a lot of people do what their parents do. I'm not going to get too into my thoughts on that. My parents, are Democrat. I haven't seen her life change. Why would I? No, I think for myself. She's just giving facts. Don't entertain the haters. I think my chat knows which way I lean, but I try to, without saying it, I try to give I do give nonpartisan news, right? I show the right and I show the left. I'll let you guys hear from the politician's mouth so we can have a conversation. I'm not here to persuade you, but what I'm not going to do is downplay my beliefs, because before I started talking about politics, I spoke about something else, but I've always had an interest in politics. So I will go over to channels that spoke about politics. But because I was a Democrat, God forbid liberal or anything else, sorry, liberals, you're fine in the chat. I would get kicked off the panels. I would get cursed at. I would get called all kinds of things, racist names, which I felt blacks couldn't be racist, whatever. And I would get kicked off these panels. And I got tired of what people were saying about Donald Trump and the Republican Party that I knew not to be true. Okay? How can Republicans be racist? I'm Republican. I'm not racist. All right? So there's good and bad in all people, regardless of your political affiliation, because people are people. There's good people in the world and there's bad people in the world. They're not evil because they're Republican. They're not evil because they're Democrat. People are evil because they're evil, right? But I couldn't speak. And when they said, oh, you got the right to speak, you could disagree, I couldn't talk about Donald Trump and what he's done for the country and how we don't even talk about Trump accounts and how he's changing the life of children who otherwise wouldn't have opportunities that these Trump accounts would afford them. So I go over there speaking very, calm, and I hold back a lot, and I would get kicked out. So I said, you know what? I'm going to use my platform to speak. And I'll let any conservative person come over here and speak. There's certain things we don't tolerate, you know. Obviously, you can't put racist comments or anything that's going to trigger the algorithm. But for the most part, if you're a free thinker and you're open-minded, I said I'm going to open up this space. And I will not ban MAGA. I will not ban conservatives. You guys can speak, because there's a lot of places we can't speak. We can't share how much we love the country and we don't like the things that's said about us. The things, Charlie Kirk was what really, really, really got me upset. Because to openly mock his death, let Charlie Kirk have been come out here. Let's say that he was Democrat and he was speaking about democratic values. If what happened to Charlie Kirk would have happened and he was speaking for the political left, you guys would never have heard the end of people mocking his death. You never would have heard of it. And that was a disgrace. It would have been applauded. And if if the Republicans would have done what the Democrats did, they would have been shamed, talked about, losing their jobs. Now, a lot of people lost their jobs over criticizing Charlie Kirk. And what did the political left say? They're not able to, they talked about their freedom of speech and their right to free speech. And it was just really disgusting. But you can't tell a job that's hired you that they can't fire you because of your speech. Freedom of speech doesn't protect that. Maybe I got too deep right there, but I found it absolutely disgusting. So what I'm saying is, I listen to you and you listen to me, and I am not a bad person because I speak Republican values and I happen to be Republican. And I don't think that you're a bad person if you happen to be Democrat. Are we still friends? As a young girl, you should be, who said I was young in the first place? I should be ashamed of siding with Donald Trump. Why, Leverage? Why should I be ashamed? Why should I be ashamed? Republicans were fired for their critiques on George Floyd. True, Dr. Manhattan. Mods have their hands full. I could use another mod. I have a head mod chat, but I could use another mod. I know that this is a hard chat to mod. I know, Damage. Trump needs to have the American people behind him right now. You know what? Donald Trump actually, I can't see. Oh, Jose. Donald Trump has a lot of people behind him, but because people are losing their jobs, listen, I shared this with you guys before. I had my employer asking me, I happen to be listening to Fox News at y'all know I like Fox News, right? I was listening at work. He's like, what are you playing? You can't play that here. I'm like, goodness gracious. You can't say that you're Democrat. I mean, I'm not Democrat. Oh, God, forgive me. I must be tired. Blame that on the medicine. You can't say that you're Republican. And I just said, okay, because I love my career. All right, I do well. But I think it's sad that I can't say that I'm Republican, but everybody else that's Democrat can say that they're Democrat and get along fine. And those are the things that I'm talking about. Donald Trump has support, but because of the cancel culture, look what happened to Nicki Minaj, who said, you know what? I support the president. They wanted to send her away. Look at what's happening to the celebrities that openly say, hey, I support the president. I support JD Vance. I may have voted this way. I may have acted this way before. But what did Nicki Minaj say? People can change. And for those of you that stand on Christian values, how can you ignore that? People can change. All right? Enough of my little. People can change. Man, you're really gassing this up. How you doing, Corey? Claude. You guys don't put the PDF file in the chat. You guys got to use different words because of algorithm purposes. Don't put the R word into the chat. You can say PDF. You could add an extra E, say pedophile, but you know, we don't need to give them a reason to strike my channel. So you gotta mods. Can you guys? Oh, you guys know I talk a lot about my, I'm very transparent. But my point was that, I guess it's not important. You can't just assume things, you guys. I have reasons why I stand behind the Republican Party. I'm all for pulling yourself up Anybody in this country can make it if you want to make it. Everybody has obstacles, whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're a man or a woman. Everybody has things that they need to overcome. Focus on yourself. Do what you got to do. Live a good life. You're responsible for yourself. No government needs to take care of you. Take care of yourself. Sometimes people need help. Okay? Donald Trump coming saying, wait a minute, you can't just be on EBT forever. You can't just be on cash aid forever. Okay? Or what do you guys call it? SNAP. You have to get a job. You got to work if you're able-bodied. That's what's going to keep the American economy strong, right? You put into the system, you put into the economy, and you actually feel better about yourself. So I'm all for things like that, all right? All right? There's people sometimes need help. I'm not blind to that fact. People need help sometimes. But it's not forever. It's not forever. I don't even know right now off the top of my head the time limit that Donald Trump gave. But these things should have been in place a long time ago. Misunderstood. Stay positive. I'm losing brain cells. Just no, I'm not ignoring you. I'm not ignoring you. There's a lot of comments. Some of you know that if you guys are addressing me, I usually ask you guys to put a question mark before the sentence so I know that you're talking to me, because there's a lot of comments coming at me at once. Nurses take the night and go. Speaking of the nurses, I heard they came up with an agreement in New York. Claude, you know anything about that? About the strike? Is the strike over? I know that some hospitals settled with the nurses. Prayers for New York. Y'all got a lot going on, Mandani and all those other things. You guys got... Did y'all hear? Speaking of the Epstein files, not one person put in the chat about Mandani and his mom's connection with Epstein. Or are we just going to ignore that and just go right to Trump? All right. So I guess if we're going to ignore some people being in the Epstein files, then we have to ignore all of it then, right? Thank you, Corey. I appreciate you. What are you talking about? What did I ignore? I can't highlight that comment because you used the word without misspelling it. And hopefully the mods took it out. So I appreciate you, bro. User, you're out. Nobody gonna take you seriously. Wow. Okay. See that? Arrest them all. Okay. All right, you guys. I've been here for 4 hours. I'm not feeling well, so I'm gonna lay down. Thank you, Roy. I appreciate you. The strike is still ongoing. Wow. But I know that some hospitals did settle, but the nurses are asking for a lot in New York. Okay. Nobody wants to talk about Mandani. Not sure what I'm talking about. I was just talking about some things, Deborah. Just different things tonight. I'm praying for the country. Good night, Jerome. Damage, always good to see you. Kelly, thank you so much. Only Trump helped the FBI. Good night, Jerome. What? Thank you, Kelly. Yeah. It's not my first time catching the Rona. Not my first time. But, I didn't really think people were still catching it like that. Those hospitals settled early before. Oh, okay, Claude, thank you. Lionel, thank you for the scriptures in the chat. Let me see. You are on more than one subject. Yep. Hey, Brandon. No, I can't say that it was damaged. I just saw it. I was looking at it, but there's not enough out there. People are saying that it's AI. So no, I didn't see it confirmed. So it was just interesting that there's a lot of things with Trump that's not confirmed and they throw it out there. It was just interesting that nobody brought it up. That was my point. Please be careful. There is a second. Yeah, I caught it, but I'm doing better. Yesterday, I tried to come live and I couldn't. I was out of it. I was on so much medication. But so no damage. It wasn't confirmed. That's why I didn't play any videos on it tonight. Doesn't mean I won't play videos because you guys can judge for yourself, but let me find something more solid to play for you guys, okay? I love you guys. I'm going to lay it down. I got to get some rest, and I will see you all later. Thank you for hanging out. My conversations are never to cause division or get you angry. It's just to get you to think and have a conversation, and I appreciate you guys. Feel free to leave me a comment under my videos or my community posts, and I try to respond to all of them. Try to. Okay, damage. Dr. Manhattan, Uncle Claude, thank you guys for holding me down. Thank you, Damage. Okay, you have a good night too. Bye, you guys.